sorry. Let's see what's happening.
It's an abomination. Like, you better listen. That's about how simple it's going to be with these things in the end times, bro. People are going to actually believe these things and believe and trust in a lie and believeth a lie, and they're not going to understand. Like, if these things show up claiming that they're from the planet that you told everybody to be warned about, they're then like stay away from them. You know what I'm saying? Anything that shows up contrary to what the Bible says, or looks like us, or talks like us, or looks like you, or talk like that's not of God. Period. That's an abomination of desolation. An abomination that causes desolation. You understand? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
There's nobody there. Look at the screen, man.
Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
I'll get there. Well, we got Cheshire Bridge. Cheshire Bridge. So this is Lumberford to Cheshire Bridge. Where's that at? It's down. Everybody disappeared.
Yeah, that was crazy, dude. I just got super attacked.
I know that's right.
Mute up. Loud. You're like, echo. All right. Yeah, I need to contact my buddy real quick.
Recorded.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, this is James?
Yeah. How's it going?
Oh, yeah, this is Kennedy. I was just seeing where you were at for the DoorDash order.
2 minutes. I'm on Cheshire Bridge.
Okay.
Cheshire Bridge, turn on Woodland. Just a second.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine.
Cool. See you in just a second, then. I'm going the right way, I guess. That's good. Yeah, I'm turning on Woodland right now, so I should be there 1 minute. That's what it says.
All right.
Cool. See you in just a second. Thank you, and God bless you. Here we go.
All right.
Bye.
What's that? Brian Anderson. Old school. He got the speaker. He got the speakers in the actual car in the grill. That's some straight country shit.
Which one is it? Is this that one? Probably that one.
Anyway, where'd he go?
Kendrick S. says, meet at door 10.
Alright, coolness. Okay. Where did that one go?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, my brother. Where are you?
What? No, I say hi. Who is this? Who are you? I am. What are you doing there, Pam?
Can you hear me now? Sound better now, huh? Right on. Whoa. Yeah. I'm out doing deliveries. Make enough money to do whatever bill I gotta pay. But it looks like I'm gonna be going back into pest control soon. Glory to God, if it's true or even if it isn't.
Oh, yeah?
Well, like I thought I had no license, but now I have a license. God gave me a license again. It's crazy because my license was supposed to be gone a year and a half ago. They were supposed to, it was supposed to expire, and I didn't have enough class hours. And then the state said, no, you still got a license till 2028, February 2028. So I can still take the classes. And it looks like I'm going to get my old business back, which is good because God told me he was going to make that business into a worldwide business. So be a bit weird to have a worldwide business going right into the age of the beast. I'm like, that's funny, Jesus. But okay, I mean, hey, you're going to do what you're going to do anyway. I can't stop nothing. But I haven't really killed too much in the past 2 years, year and a half. Kind of been not killing anything. Killed a few things. Yeah, I'm on the road to this guy's house that I used to spray. That's in the Illuminati. He's an Ashkenazian, and he runs a bunch of porn business.
Ashkenazi.
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 Yeah. What he said. I'm on this guy's road, and he's in the Illuminati, and he always ripped me off, and I didn't understand why. But he was doing it because they told him to. But then the other night, God reminded me of this. Yeah, then the other night, God reminded me of this guy and said, you know, the Masons owe you a whole lot of money.
Really?
Yeah, because that's why my business went out of business, because everybody that was, they owed me $70,000. And they're all Masons, all Illuminati people. There's dude's house right there. God bless Michael Morrison in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. With wisdom, understanding, insight, integrity, justice, prudence, discretion, love, joy, instruction, guidance, providence, faith, grace, hope, mercy, charity, sympathy, compassion, awesomeness, wonderfulness, amazingness, endurance, diligence, perseverance, comprehension, clarity, discernment, peace, prosperity, creativity, comfort, truth, virtue, knowledge, wealth, health, might, strength, power, intellect, memory, perfect prosperity, and celestial inheritance. In the name of Yeshua, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Thank you, Lord. So I don't have to worry about that guy. He's basically, all these people got to pay me one way or the other. They don't have no choice, because if somebody owes you, they're going to pay you. It's just a matter of when. Yeah, God told me one time when this guy was ripping me off, he said, don't worry about that. You just do what you're supposed to do, and then he'll have to pay you another way. And then, sure enough, he didn't want to pay me for doing the regular pest control, but then he got a bunch of bedbug jobs. And he was begging me to take his money, you know, because that's what happens. If you don't pay, then something else happens to where you have to pay.
Welcome, Wendy's.
Hey, I got a Deshaun H.
You gotta go inside.
Okay, cool. What the? Yeah, there won't be no more Uber drivers once they got teleportation your food.
Man,
I mean, they could teleport it. That's what this guy wants me to do. He wants me to teleport his food. Hello! Thank you for coming to my channel. Please stay tuned. We're gonna cast some demons out of some humans eventually. More than likely. Let's see what we got here. 800.
yeah, I'm wondering what happened to Homeboy, dude. He just all of a sudden heard something outside of his tent. Now he just disappeared.
Oh, he's camping. Whoops.
I said something pretty amazing last night through the Holy Spirit. I told this lady, she was like talking this nonsense to one of these black Hebrew Israelites, and then I texted back and I said, reacted to a message. I said, don't trust anyone that thinks they have the authority to pick that. Don't trust anyone that thinks they have the authority to pick the righteous from the unrighteous and the godly from the ungodly by the color of their skin. They are of the devil and the father of lies. That's what the Holy Spirit. That's what the Holy Spirit said.
We had somebody came in a loop slide last night, and they were saying the only way forward is science, and
I got super attacked today. Really bad. I got really badly attacked today. So I need to start gathering a fathering. Like I need to start gathering people from the Father. Really need to stop being alone. Start gathering people to the Father.
yeah.
So,
I know they like to attack you more when you're on you.
So if I do exactly like what Son of Abba has said, and like, yeah, I'm here with the Lord, I'm here for God. God works out.
Yeah. Only if you truly are, do you know what I mean?
You know as well as I do, I'm of the Lord. You know
Yeah,
as well
I
as
know
I
you, but I'm
God.
just saying in general. I wasn't saying that about you, Emmanuel. You know me better than that. I'm just saying I speak in general, only if you truly are. But I'll swear to you.
woe to you. That's why the first thing I'm gonna do is go grab crazy ass Will I and be like, you better knock it off.
Yeah, I know that you are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When God reaches in and shakes them up, and he's like, "I told y'all to leave my child alone," he's gonna be like, "See, I told you, my dad's God." Can you imagine that when you're like a kid and like people are picking on you, and then your dad shows up. He's like the big scary biker on the. You'll be like, "See, I told you, my dad was a Hell's Angel." That's like what's gonna happen for us. It's like you and me, we're gonna be like, "See, I told you, my dad's the father." You don't believe me? I told you. So it's all right. Anyway, have you heard anything from Son Abba, some German Shepherd?
I blocked Jim Shepherd a long time ago.
I just got vision. I got a vision of that those things separating really hard from one another.
Yeah.
And then I just got a vision of something being shown from one side, and then as it was like being transferred over to the other side, it was like a flash of blue light, and then it's going through the other, like the other side doesn't light up or anything, and then it just, oh, this is weird. I've never had anything like this happen before. I've never seen anything like this. And then it just stopped. Well, that was weird. I don't know.
Did you have a vision of Son of Abba?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I did about a year ago, but it didn't feel good, do you know what I mean?
He never felt good. Every time he started coming around and being okay, he'd go all wacky.
Yeah. It wasn't a good feeling when I had that like that.
No, not at all. Like, I'd have to be like, "Hey, dude, like you're getting a little wacky. What's up? Like, you okay?" Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
But then, like, Ripper went over, didn't he? And he soon came away, didn't he?
To
Then,
Ripper?
Remember that when he actually went there to Portugal?
Yeah.
And he soon came away. She pulled him away. Yeah. Wasn't
What?
good, it says.
What happened?
From what Ripper said, it wasn't what he isn't who he says. Ripper says he isn't who he says.
Duh.
And he said he never once saw him read the Bible or thank the Most High for anything. From what he was saying, he was pretty mean.
He was pretty mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's mean as shit.
Yeah, that was a good while back, that was. I think it was on one of your lives that he spoke about that, Emmanuel. Because I wouldn't have heard it anywhere else, you know.
Well, I know he was anywhere else. Hey, it's cool that you're doing that on my live. Live. Can't say no to.
Yeah, yeah.
Bible film. Holy Spirit rooms. Just have a there and now you're being used to open up. Yeah, just how you it's all how you Peter. Yeah.
Volume.
No, I don't.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Your sound is low.
I can hear you. Can hear me now, right?
A little bit better, but it's still low.
Yeah, I know. Like you can hear me now, or you can hear me what? You can hear me voice. Yeah, you can hear a lot. You can hear me right now. I can hear now, right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, not as usual. It's quite low actually.
So no.
I'm not messing with you. It is low.
How about now?
Christ Mission Church.
Still low. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm being gang stalked by these MFs.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello?
Still low. Still low.
Yeah.
Usually your voice is much louder, actually.
42.7.
I have to. The thing is my phone is far away from me.
Ah, that's probably it.
Where are you from, Peter?
Denmark.
Ah, okay, yeah. Were you the one that was in yesterday?
Nope.
The day before? No?
Well, I may have been online, but I don't think I was.
NAGASOF says, leave it door. Don't ring doorbell.
Oh, hold
just very low. So. To be able to find traces of that been quite they were using gel blasters or soft guns at you.
Copious amounts too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get completely nauseous and disorientated and shit.
It would possibly kill the person who was doing it. How toxic it became.
Yeah.
That's how they knew. That's how they knew it was supernatural. What was happening to me. That's how I knew it was God, because they could no longer deny it to the people that were doing it to me. They were like, "Oh my God, this guy's not dying." They're like, "Yeah, we know." Yeah. That's how you know it's supernatural. That's how they knew it was God, because I wouldn't die.
These people must be completely whacked.
Yeah.
God forgive me. Oh.
Man. If you want to get rid of somebody, why just not kill them then? I mean, why just torment them and for years? And it's ridiculous. Sadistic, demonic crap. I heard about it being in existence in the States, but I didn't know much about it. And then I like that. Apparently, it's it's so covert.
Yeah.
Yeah. You tired?
Oh yeah, I'm exhausted.
Yeah. But I'm tired.
You know, so but I'm called to protect you. And plug stopping the play.
I can't hear anything.
You about to pass out.
I need the top tier to get you to play like you play cages or shark cages. Yeah, swims. And so can sort sandwiches. These karma. Karma. Prince Domino. Chassis.
I don't know, man. I'm so overwhelmed. I'm so overworked. My day was crazy.
Oh yeah?
I almost ran out of blood pressure medicine.
Oh boy.
I can't wait to retire, man. What's up, Brian Anderson? Are you still peeing on the fence?
I'm not right now.
Oh, I thought you were doing that again and then you got electrocuted again.
Oh, Captain. I think Captain's got somebody at his gate.
I'm halfway.
You're halfway. Me too.
What,
Josh
Josh?
sounds
Hey, Josh, remember how sleepy Josh was earlier?
yeah.
I was exhausted.
I'm exhausted right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Gotta get you some coffee, Captain.
Yeah, there you go.
I got the liquid energy.
All right.
So apparently the sherbet is just the liquid hydrating. It's not energy. It's just hydration. I mean, I'll try it, but I'm gonna stick to the. I also got one that is the liquid IV energy, and that's kiwi strawberry, and it tastes good.
Okay.
Can we sneak some cocaine in there from the movie?
You won't even need it. That's the thing about it. You won't even need the cocaine.
No, I still need it.
Like why you wouldn't stay up like for 3 days?
Yeah, I could use a wild day at work. Let me go on the auto scrubber after I had that.
Yeah, I need it too. I need it because my ego ain't big enough. I need a bigger ego.
Hey, Josh.
What's up?
Did Brian tell you the time where he peed on the electric gate?
No. Brian, what the
I wish I could have made that up. It really happened. I don't know why Brian didn't tell you all this.
Yeah, I was just out in the woods and I seen an electric fence and I was like, well, I'm gonna pee on that. And then, ah, shoot. Okay, that was fun.
Hey, Josh, I guess if you gotta go, you gotta go.
That's right.
It really was a shot.
Ouch, that's probably worse than getting tased. I can't wait to be captain's boss.
Oh.
Sorry.
I'll give captain the easy work. I'll have the work days. I'll take the night. And I'll give him a month off vacation. Sounds like a good deal, Captain.
Yeah.
I'll give you a month vacation time.
Captain, did you sleep all day yesterday?
No.
Captain Blind, I was wondering if he slept all day yesterday. He usually sleep on his day off, and now he's tired. He might not have got no sleep.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much. I did a little bit of stuff, a little bit here and there. I'm falling asleep right now, man. I haven't been like this in a long time. Oh my god. Oh man.
So this Friday is going to be a Black Friday.
Holiday?
No, it's just for my show.
Okay.
I call it Black Friday, and then I played like dark music.
I was about to say, we're having a Black Friday sale?
And I'll play, Maddie, if you want, I'll play some D-Form if you want.
Yay.
Yeah.
Wait,
Whatever you want. Just tell me whichever song you want, and I'll play it.
Okay.
we'll make it right. She'll sing it for us.
Oh my God, they sending messages saying, you know, I guess I'm too boring to have anybody come to my live. It's like, dude, stop.
Oh.
Like, don't play, don't. Huh? I don't know what this. It's like, dude, don't complain. Petty complaint. Yeah, exactly.
Well, like, I noticed that sometimes if I go in one of my accounts, like, I'll get more people, then I don't understand. And then I go live on this account, and I don't get very many people, but I still go live. I just do whatever. I don't, you know, take it seriously or that much interaction. It's alright.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't get people in my live. I just lay here and wait. I always get somebody eventually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I know that Big Jedi is lonely, but I don't know what to do about that.
Nah, it's not your problem, John. Yeah, you can come out here. You can hang out here.
Yeah, the party's in here.
Party here. So here's the malt liquor.
There's the happy. I usually get an update when you all go live, but not. I don't really get notifications anymore. I don't know why. I'm like acting up. Like I barely get working alerts anymore. And I'm tired of buying the new phones, and I I just have problems. I wish they make a phone that can be problem free. Yeah. You know, Apple charges me $50 a month for storage.
They do?
Yeah.
That stuff you already have for it or what?
They're saying I don't have enough, so they're making me pay now.
All because you
Yeah, I know.
sick of it. Sick
My
of the
paintbrush.
discrimination.
Let me go get my paintbrush and paint it white real quick. Hey Josh, what would you think my boss would say if I paint myself half black and half white and I walk in?
That's good. Thank you, Jesus. So let's download that. Yeah. Wait a few minutes.
Oh, Judder's here. Judder Butter.
What's up? Send me your work address and I'll DoorDash you coffee.
No, it's okay.
Judder Butter.
Start chugging coffee. Start chugging coffee, Captain.
I don't. I just drink a Mountain Dew. Yeah, so that's okay.
Just a minute. Yeah.
Somebody comes up to me, they'll just honk the horn.
Yeah.
I'll get you a meal. You know? I'll help you out.
Nah, it's alright, bro. I don't.
moment you talk about what it's doing to people.
Is it really happening?
Yeah, man. I won't eat there until this virus stops. I don't want their lettuce. I really don't want no lettuce. I don't trust it.
Gotta stay away from Taco Bell for a while.
Yeah, stay away from the bell. Taco Bell.
Over there, they $80, $90.
Damn.
I know, tell me about it.
Yeah, but that's for like 5 people, right? What? Yeah. No way, bro.
I wish I could be live.
How long does it take you to eat all that? Like 3 days?
This medicine I'm doing everything. I can eat the whole kitchen.
I ate Taco Bell and then sharded. So I sharded for 2 days straight, actually, everywhere I went. It was terrible. Yeah, it was like 2 days of sharting after eating 2 tacos. And boom, boom, bang, bam. Yeah, it was because they got that virus. It's called the blow your butt up virus. That's what they call it. I was standing there talking to my friend, and he's like, what you gonna do? I said, I'm fishing to go do this, that, and the other. He said, okay, cool. And I said, well, no, not now, because I gotta go clean my britches. He ain't never gonna tell you his address. He ain't never gonna do it. Because he does not want you to be his boss. You can send me something. I don't care if you come to my house. Try to boss me around. I got a wife. She'll beat your butt. She's gonna be like, I'm the only one that bosses him around there. Get over here and fight this big old tan man. I don't know, probably about 8 or 9 today. I went to church, so I didn't do that. Did church for. Yeah, I preached about the beast that comes out of the sea and the beast that comes out of the earth, and like Leviathan and Behemoth is what their names is. And yeah, I preached about them, and Revelations 12 with the mark of the beast. Scared the mess out of everybody. It was crazy. Everybody's like, what do we need to do? I said, just chill. That's all. You just gotta relax and wait. This too shall pass. Of course, you might get your head cut off, but that's okay. You know, they're setting up a court. I think it's in Syria. It's called the Noahide Court, where they're gonna, that way, if you worship any other god besides Yahweh, then you lose your way, because you can't see no more because your head's laying on the ground. Yeah. No, it ain't me. I don't got no computer in the car. I'm driving down the road, trying to loosen my load. I got the world of Jesus on my mind. And Leviathan too. They probably know your name. They're like, there he is, Captain Blind. I hit one the other day. Busted my headlight out. Well, it's not out, it just got a hole in it, in the plastic. It could have been worse. God bless the deer. It didn't unalive it because I didn't never see no buzzards over there. But now I got to get a new headlamp cover. It's about $200. It's always something. At least it wasn't Leviathan. That would have really done some damage. Y'all heard of Leviathan? Yeah, he's a monster in the sea. He's supposed to be at the bottom of Atlantis, right next to the portal that leads to somewhere. And he makes it, if you get sucked in there, you know how things get lost in the Devil's Triangle. He's supposed to keep you, it makes it where he won't let you back over into this side. That's what I heard. Yeah, down there where the mermaids live. The mermaids are ugly. They look cute, but then they turn ugly. And they got their teeth. You can see them. But then right behind there is like 4 different rows of shark teeth where they just rip you apart. And the sailors used to have to tie themselves to the mast so they didn't jump in the water. They couldn't resist. But I can tell you, I will resist the mermaids because I am not going to deal with my wife. So she will strangle a mermaid. They got the mermans too. They're like warriors. But they say the city down there is prettier than Dubai. If you ever get caught by one, what you do is, first of all, don't do what they tell you. Act stupid. So that's easy for me. I'm already stupid. So that part I got figured out. But if that don't work, then you eat salt. If you eat salt, you will be thrown back into your human body. Even if you were down there for like 3 years, your body was in the grave for 3 years, you get the rigor mortis, but you'd be alive. So that's just public, public announcement in case y'all get caught by one. Them old hags. Oh, that's what you heard. My blanker. about you? Am I right about the mermaids or the blinker? Nobody believes me when I tell them about mermaids. My wife, she's like, stop talking that junk. Nobody cares. It's the 8th day of the new moon cycle. Yeah, do y'all watch the moon? I watch the moon. So you got the first day where it's just a tiny sliver, and it's real quick. And then it gets bigger and bigger, and then it's a half a moon. That's the 7th day. And then when it gets full, it's 14 days. And then it starts, the waning moon goes back. You got the waxing and the waning. And the sun does the same thing. By June 20th, it was waxing on June 19th, and then on June 20th, or June 21st, it's going to be waning, because it's getting further and further away from us. Here in our hemisphere, it's opposite down there. Down under. That's how they used to tell the days, what day of the month it was by the moon. So that, like they tell you, the Bible says to celebrate Passover on the first full moon after the spring equinox. That would be the 14th day of the first month of the new year. And you gotta have a new moon festival, a full moon festival. They didn't have a lot to do, so they just partied a lot. They just grow some vegetables and throw a party about how they grew. It's not locked down, you know. We just partying up in here. There's a party over here, right? When I used to do dance ciphers, you know, dance offs in the cipher, like a circle, we'd holler. We'd be hollering at the other guys. We'd be saying, party over here, ain't shit over there. Party over here, ain't shit over there. A-L-P-O, get that dog some alcohol. Hurt. That kind of stuff we'd be doing. That was fun. And then the guys that we brought with us would probably, if they tried to fight us, we'd have bodyguards standing right behind them. They didn't know. And then if they tried to punch us, we just let them punch us, because then the guy standing right behind them would punch him. Then we had to leave. That was the good old days. One dude in our crew, he drank a whole half a gallon of vodka and fell asleep while he was breakdancing with his pants down. No, they told us that time, they said, party over here. Y'all got a dog with Alpo. This dude was butt naked on the dance floor. We tried to sneak him out. Cops got us. And they were like, who's over 21? Not me. I'm 17. And I ain't drunk, so can I leave? That's fun. Fun dance-offs. Now I just dance in the street. Battling myself. Drink you some vodka. Get it a whole gallon of vodka. You won't be able to sleep, but you'll be naked.
mostly, and I was talking stuff that didn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens.
I said he had long hair or some bullshit.
Yeah, you did.
It's not pertinent to the conversation. It was something I made up, actually.
Yeah.
Oh,
And hopefully that Mountain Dew helps wake you up.
Time we got.
Hi, William. I've been in bed all day.
I wish
I got up and that's it.
You got up and made dinner?
Yeah, and that's all I've done today.
Like, just hang out on the couch.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's alright.
I gotta get up and go see, Dr. Heenan, or whatever his name is.
Now I'm good.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
I started new medication.
Awesome.
It's
We promise a tenfold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can lead to jawbone loss and change facial contour over time, but this denture completely avoids such issues. It can be worn successfully in just 1 second and is suitable for everyone. When
Blood on the snow, name on the sheets, night in my veins, storm in my ears.
Going to merge the United States military and Israel's military and intelligence apparatuses together. Pass the House. To show you guys, for those of you who are just tuning in and aren't tracking this, as you can see here, the NDAA has officially passed the House 216 to 212. And as you see by the numbers here, 209 Republicans voted yes, 7 voted no, 6 Democrats voted yes, 205 voted no. So this is a big deal because of the way this will work in the Senate, it's going to guarantee 100% chance it passes the Senate, 100% chance Donald Trump pushes it forward. So this pretty much, I mean, it happened, right? What are our thoughts, Red Horn? Just a quick introduction, I guess, too. I mean, I know most of our audience knows each other, but, you know, introduce yourselves and give your guys just, what is your feelings just right out the gate? I've got very visceral feelings.
Yeah, I can start. Yeah, Jesse on Fire. I'm sure most of you guys have probably seen my stuff. If not, I would imagine this is going to be a stream where it'll be like, oh, okay, that makes his name make sense. It's like, basically, when a thing like this happens in public, where you have that percentage of our representatives vote for something that has literally not a single defensible benefit for the country and a nearly uncountable amount of risk and, you know, negatives for not only us but for people who, you know, don't like things blowing up and kids dying all over. Yeah, I mean, it's like It is so egregious. It's the most clear-cut example I've ever seen in everyone's face of how cash has broken our system and has made it to where what the representative it's broken beyond repair unless we change something extremely drastic.
Jace, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much checkmate. It's pretty much checkmate.
I know.
You
you're
look at
feeling
everything
a little bit defeated right now, right? I think a lot of people are feeling a little defeated as Americans right now.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it coming though. I don't know. It's just crazy. And the craziest part is like people don't even know yet. Like we've been following all this stuff for a long time. We saw it coming. We were worried about this, hoping that it wouldn't actually get to this point. But like people have no idea. They have no idea what's coming. Like
we're gonna
so
bad in the episode for sure. I mean, this is gonna be important. We're gonna have a good panel to talk about, and I'll let Aaron go here first. What's your thoughts initially on this?
So I see the biggest part of this that I'm worried about is our children. There's a cultural side of them that is accepting of certain things, right? And I'm not going to say certain things on here, of course. And the first thing I see is that culture is slowly becoming our culture. And because we see it happen all the time now, right?
Yeah.
But I think now that culture is going to be more accepted due to the fact that we now have confirmation that to America, to the leaders, to the elites, to the people that are over our government, that stuff apparently is okay. So the confirmation that those people, not saying anything bad about those people, because I'm sure some good people over there, but overall, their culture is acceptable for our culture to now operate on. That's the thing that scares the hell out of me, the kids.
So, yeah, I agree with you. And again, that's why I said up front, this has long downwind effects people are not thinking about. Like, we're right here in front of our faces in America, but the first thing I just want to talk to you guys about, and I think it's important, right? Because you're going to see the anti-Semitism angle is going to pop up. If you don't agree with this, you're a racist or something like that. I think it's important to lead with, this would be treasonous if it was in the country, actual allies, our closest allies, Australia, Japan, Canada, UK. If you were to push forward a bill to merge the Australian military, which is my favorite military in the world to work with, I would say this is fucking treason. Absolutely not. There's so many reasons that we can talk about of why merging your military and your intelligence apparatuses and your means of military production with a foreign country, that, to Jesse's point, there's a million downsides and almost no upside. So I think it's important. I don't care that it's Israel. I think it's evil. Worse than it is that country, but like, this is just, we've never seen anything like that. There's so many memes about the founding fathers right now. It's like, could you imagine the founding fathers looking at Congress doing this? Like, intertwining our militaries with a foreign country that has a bunch of negative, influence into our political system as is, right? Yeah. What's your guys' thoughts on that? Are you not on board with that? That, like, is this a secular issue towards the specific country, or that the fact that this is just the craziest shit ever?
This
has never happened for any country anywhere, not just America.
And what I think is craziest about it is that, to your point, it makes no difference what the only way here's the only way that this could represent a good decision for America if someone was looking at it from the outside. is if the country we were merging with had a vastly superior military. And so it was
Okay.
okay,
That's a good point.
we could make that work. But
Right.
in the reverse, what possible benefit does it serve to us when it is the exact opposite of that? And we already, and at the moment that they write the bill and write the, this is the strategy that they push forward with, is at a moment where they realize, oh, we're losing support, and so this is like pull the in emergency break glass, because what they're doing right now is this is a full throttle flex of, yeah, we do control your government, and we're gonna push this through without any, because we're going to lose this now, so we need to get something that is irrevocable in place before support in the country is gone, and we can't do this kind of
100%.
quietly. And they're doing it right in the open. It's going to get passed, and there doesn't seem to be a lot that anybody can do about it. And again, yeah, it has nothing to do with it being. I mean, it does, of course, have to do with who it is.
Right.
But
Hashibakoya. Hashibakoya hayahaniti. Iti yaha. Iti yahani. Iti yahani yaha. Iti yahani yahani ti iti yahashi niti yati ababashi yaha. That's wrong. Hey, what up? My bad. I'm broadcasting live from the car, from the Prius, and we're rocking and rolling, doing DoorDash in Atlanta, GA, and we're heading to Taco Bell somewhere 7 minutes away. Nice.
I tried every type of ED medication, Viagra or sildenafil, and Cialis or tadalafil. I know this works for some people, but
should try
I
to
get
quit
reliable
looking at
results.
porn.
4 out of 10.
That's what
No.
it is. Looking at that porn.
Like,
Make
the
sure
only
you
way
can't
that it
get
would
it
be
up.
different is
That's
the
for
example that
real.
I gave, which is absolutely not this.
That's for real.
Hayes, you covered this a lot last night. What's your thoughts on that?
I was, I don't know where to start. First off, I was trying to look at this objectively, and I was, because it's like, what could they possibly have? Like, they literally didn't exist without us. Like, we
Right.
fund their military, we back them up with our army, and I was like looking at their technology because I'm thinking like maybe they have like a lot of advancements with like the quantum computing and all that, and they don't. They don't. The only thing that they have to bring to the table is they have like the trophy systems to shoot down the little drones. And the only reason that we need those is because we just got our dicks kicked in by Iran because they
Because we're there.
into the war to begin with.
Because we're
They
fighting
set
the war
us
for them.
up. They set us up. They set us up. They're a country of 10 million people with no GDP. We have 350 million. The sick part is not only is this treason, but they're going to have the ADL and all these other scumbags coming down our throats trying to censor us, and people like us are going to speak out against it, and they're going to be hitting us with hate speech laws and accusing us of treason.
Yep. 100%.
Because guess what, guys? Tel Aviv is the new capital of America.
Yeah, that's dude. So I do want to, Aaron, let me get your take first on that before I bring up the next thing. That's what we got.
I'm gonna ask you guys this question, in a minute, like when I get a second to just really think. But this is about religion in a way, and I think the biggest problem that we've always had with all these countries is religion, regardless of what religion somebody is for. And I'm not going against religion, but religion is the reason why most countries end up going to war, or religious principles are the excuse of why we end up going to war. So the first thing I think personally, with low amount of knowledge, is why would America do this? Religion. Somebody or a number of people has coerced the American elites that, hey, we need to do this because of some type of religious side of this, and I don't want to get too far into the woods on that, but I think this whole thing is about religion, and I think religion is the biggest problem in America.
I think you're 100% right, because when we're going to look at next, who voted yes? The evangelical base, right?
Yeah,
right. It's not anybody else. So I think you're right on the money there. That there's no way you could look at this, Aaron, and not say there is some sort of religious, context to this. And I want to look at this because this is going to be a big thing we talk about, because political parties. This is important on this because the reality is One party voted for this, the other party didn't. Now, we obviously know it was all Republicans for the most part that voted yes, but Evan Kilgore here already posted. I think it's important that we take a look at who the 7 Republicans who voted no are, right?
And I'm curious which Democrats voted yes.
Yeah, we're going to, well, well, that's the Senate, but Fetterman types. We are going to look at that next, Jesse. But first, the Republicans who voted no. Okay, you had Josh Brechen from Oklahoma, Tim Burchett. This was kind of surprising. Not really, though. Eli Crane, Harriet Hageman, Anna Paulina Luna. This is pretty shocking to me because she's a pretty hardcore pro-Israel, pro-Trump. So I'm actually kind of shocked. I'm happy to see Anna's been on my show before. I'm happy to see her. Thomas Massey, of course, and Chip Roy. So we did have seven out of 220-ish Republicans who voted no on this. But I mean, that's 99% of Republicans voted yes on this. And
well,
it's,
isn't everybody, the majority of them a part of AIPAC, especially on the Republican side?
Well, on both sides, though.
It's partially that. I think on the Republican side, what a huge part of it is that if you're a House rep and the president gets it on for you, he can destroy your career. And so Trump's the muscle behind this. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of them that would have done it. would say there's a very, very large piece of this that is just like, well, Trump's gonna. They just proved they'll primary people who stand up to him too. They just made an example of Thomas Massie. And so it's like, yeah, go ahead, vote against it, dude.
I wouldn't even call Trump the muscle. He's the lead singer of the band. He's the front man. He's not writing the songs. He's not producing the hits. I think we need to take another look back at those files and find out what kind of role Jared Kushner played in all this.
Got a pot.
So I mean, not too bad. But I appreciate y'all for joining. Please hit the like button on your way in. If you are new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button as well. We on the road to 25K. I believe we almost there too. Let me check really quick. Yeah, 24.8. So we are almost at 25K, and if you are new to the channel, please hit the sub button. Do not tune into these episodes in the dark. Please join the community, about what's going on. Take accountability, own it, stand 10 toes behind what you say. Keep it pushing. I just don't understand what be going on, because these folks will say all of this stuff, and then like Jack Posobiec, he's great at that. He'll come out of nowhere and just say, I never said that. I'm like, yes, you did, bro. And I feel like that was happening with this article. All of a sudden, everybody got amnesia. All of a sudden, nobody knows who this close friend is from Erica. Why is everybody pressuring Candace? Matter of fact, why can't we just talk about the close friend? Them. I don't even care who the friend is, but if TV USA gonna call out anybody, it should be the close friend. Close friend. Come to out who you are. Erica, you should know, because they're quoting you, but for some reason they flip it, turn it around, put it on Candace, and I just get confused, because I'm like, what is going on? How is this Candace's fault? Well, the article is literally written about Candace. So I don't know, we about to catch up on a little bit, or I guess catch up on everything tonight with all of that. Because I truly was confused. I was just like, bro, how is this Candace's fault again? What about the girl that called Candace a biatch? Nothing? Oh, Jack Posobiec come out of nowhere. I've never heard her talk like that. Man, shut up, man. I'm so sick of Jack Posobiec. I'm so sick of that dude. But let me see. Let me get his stuff. Let me get all this stuff pulled up. I got it pulled up. I just got multiple screens, obviously. The first thing I want to do is pull up, before I pull up Candace's response, I like to pull up things first and like read them for the first time before I hear her response. So let's pull up some of these responses that people have posted from this article yesterday. And I know one particular that I'm looking for is Andrew Kovac. So obviously he's going to be one of the main people that responds to all of the chaos that the USA is always in. Let's see. I think that
and Dina, the daughters of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob when he went out to see the daughters of the land. And when she came, Shechem, praise the son of Hamor, He consequences of the country saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her, and his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughters of Jacob, and he loved themselves and spake kindly unto the damsel and Shechem speak unto his father Hamor.
I just saw a comment. I think the chat is more concerned about baby Yapper number 2's due date than Jay. I'm waiting for him to run out of a live. That's funny. I'm not gonna lie. Every single night we go live, or every time we go live, especially this week, and shoot, the last like 3 weeks, to be honest, I literally like, man, my wife is gonna come in here running, talking about this time. Like, they're gonna have to run out, or it's gonna be like 20 minutes before the live start, and I ain't even gonna be able to update nobody. I'm gonna be just MIA for like 3-4 hours. So yeah, I know I've literally been thinking about that, but you know, it hasn't happened yet. We got an early doctor's appointment in the morning, literally like 8 a.m. So it won't be a 1 a.m. type of night episode, because we got 8 a.m. You know, do a little check or whatever. And then we will be able to find out if what day, I guess, that we gotta go in and, you know, induction and all that other stuff. So we shall see. I'll keep y'all posted for sure. All right. That's funny though. All right, let me get Andrew Kovett pulled.
Check it.
Daily Mail story, not Candace Owens or.
So now that we got this bill passed that Israel is the boss of America's military, and y'all just have to go along with all the lies, like we're going to say, you're anti-Semitic because you don't want Israel to rule you. Now that we got this bill passed that Israel is the boss of
All right, so first it was, I'm trying to find the original tweet. Daily Mail wrote this slop on an anonymous source, and I'm reading this because Andrew Kovett is going to eventually respond to this thread. Daily Mail wrote this slop on an anonymous source about Erica, Candace's PR firm, Mitchell Jackson with BCC Communications, pitches publications like the Daily Mail and leverages journalists all to make their
look good. So this obvious lie tracks. And they're basically saying it was a Candace plant. She did it to make it about her or to make some content, whatever. Which is, again, I'm like, how are y'all flipping this versus the actual context of what's in the article? Sure, Candace is gonna go tell everybody or tell somebody the article calling herself names, and I like that, bro. These people, man, politics is weird because sometimes I'm like, I just couldn't work in politics. I'm just too normal. I'm too normal and real. Like, I don't know. These people are crazy. Eric Hirsch people planted his Daily Mail story, not Candace or me. Yet the article, oh, this is Mr. Jackson responding. Yet the article makes Erica sound so crazy, they think I pitched it. That is very true. All right, so then we have an Andrew Kovett response. He says, there we go. He says, we never received any request for comment. We're told they attempted to send one, but we can't find it. Strange, given that every other outlet on the planet seems to know how to reach us, including the Daily Mail. That was the first clue something suspicious was going on here. These people, man, they don't take accountability, and that's what pisses me off. There's many things that piss me off, right? That's not the only thing, but that's one of the main things. Because I'm like, bro, just own it. It's so much more relatable when you can just say, yeah, you know, that's my bad, or that's our bad, or yeah, we did do this, we did do that. That does look shady, but.
All right, I'm paying a lot of money so you can see this ad, so here it is. High ticket sales. You need to get into it. What? It's a number.
Get more from Mike when you join any tier at patreon.com/freedomark.
Thinking after her last call, and we were talking about, you know, the sinner's prayer and things like that, and really that's really kind of not the way you want to do it, because how can you believe in something before you know? And you talked about really what they need to know is God's presence, and then it'll kind of come for themselves. So really our prayer we should be having for our loved ones, and that is that they get a conscious awareness of His presence.
Yeah, absolutely. Unwavering. Yeah, just to be aware, to realize, and then that realization produces faith. It's like we've been told to have faith in a blind faith, when actually faith is the result of the encounter. When I've experienced the amazing love of God, why wouldn't I believe it and encounter it and engage with it? So it's sort of the other way around. Yeah, a different way of perspective. You know, and it is never focusing on the negative. It's always focusing on the positive. So much of the Christian gospel has been focused on the negative. You're not good enough, you're separated from God, you're a sinner, you're going to hell, all these negative things. And actually, it's God's love that draws people. It's the kindness of God that leads people to change their mind about it. not because they're threatened with fear. I mean, how can perfect love cast out fear and then be used in fear to cause people to love him? You know, it's like, love me or else. Well, that's not love. And it isn't love to threaten someone into a relationship. And God isn't like that. But he does want all people to come to the knowledge of the truth. That's his will, it says in Titus. You know, that all people would come to the knowledge of the truth. And they come to that knowledge by experiencing it. You know, they don't have intellectual understanding, they have experiential understanding. And then it begins then to evolve and develop and grow into a relationship which reveals God and reveals who we are in that way. And it's not difficult when you do it like that. You don't have to be concerned about keeping people in line with rules and laws, because when love motivates, people don't want to do things outside of love when they've experienced unconditional love. Unconditional love not only changes the person, but it empowers the person. You know, Jesus said it very clearly. Love one another as I have loved you. So if you've not been loved, how are you going to love? You can't. You might try. You might do it in your own strength, and you might do it emotionally, whatever. But you're never going to do it unconditionally without receiving unconditionally. And God loves us in that unconditional way, so we can also love other people in the same way. Yeah, that would change the world there and then. If people experienced the unconditional love of God and began to be motivated to love others in the same way, you wouldn't get all the trouble you get. But all of that is caused by people who don't know. And therefore they're doing things in their own way, for their own name, and, you know, empire, basically. Which was going back to Babel was what they did. Let's make a name for ourselves. Yeah. And ever since, empire has been the political system of government in the world. Yeah? The kingdom of God is not about empire. Jesus made it really clear. Yeah, my kingdom isn't of this world in that way. My kingdom's within you. And there's a relational connection and union which changes everything. And that is the true gospel. It really is good news. You know, I don't think what we've been peddling is very good news for most people.
So really, Mike, if someone takes the next step, if they experience God in presence, I guess the next step is that really they just need to go into a contemplative prayer.
Well, it's just very wise. Yeah, it's just a relationship. A relationship.
You have to contemplate prayer in His presence.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it contemplative prayer. You can just call it hanging out with God if you want. It's just the presence of God within is a relational connection and a union which brings about this oneness and revelation and revealing of who God is and the revealing of who we are, because we're His sons made in His image and likeness. So from that perspective,
I'm a clickbaiter. It's perfect finish. I'm a clickbait a little bit.
The House went and did it. They passed the NDAA, which enshrined into law the U.S. and Israeli militaries merging together. There is some confusion on the final vote. It's really kind of unclear. It looks like Thomas Massie was the only Republican to vote no on the final passage. However, other reporting published shortly afterward, including The Guardian, states that 7 Republicans voted against the final passage, and 6 Democrats actually voted for it. Almost a completely partisan vote where most Democrats said no to the bill. Most Republicans said yes to the bill. Some Democrats voted yes on it. A very small group of Republicans voted no to this. The Democrats, by the way, who voted no to this bill, it wasn't because we were going to merge our militaries together with Israel. That's not what shocked them, of course. It was everything else. It was just the, they cited everything else, but they never brought up the merging with the Israeli militaries. That's something that, believe me, if Democrats were in charge, they would have baked it in there just as easily and they would have passed it just as fast. So this is a sad, dark day. I think that all of these people that have voted yes, most of them Republicans, have proven to be traitors to the country, and I don't use that word lightly. I do think they are traitors to the country. They knew about this provision. They put it in anyway. They voted voted for it, knowing that it would end U.S. sovereignty. And this is, to me, the most consequential. This is the most consequential thing that has happened in the history of our government, in my opinion. This is the single most consequential thing. This is the one thing that hands over control of our nation to a foreign terrorist country. But even if it wasn't a terrorist country, just a foreign country, the founding fathers would be rolling in their graves. It's one thing to go to civil war against each other. That was obviously quite shocking. You know, it's another thing to create the Federal Reserve. I know the founding fathers didn't like, they weren't into that either. It's another thing for them to see, if the founding fathers were to kind of rise up today and they saw
the founding fathers would go for it because they're Masons.
That. You guys have all these taxes. They certainly didn't want that. Like everything they fought against.
They would go for it
now here in
because they're Masons
here in the United States at this point.
So
but I think the single most shocking thing would be, what did you idiots do? You actually handed control over our military to a foreign government? Well, that's it. You're no longer your own country. That's the end. I mean, you could be at each other's throat, fighting in civil wars against one another. You could be, arguing all day about trans rights, abortion rights, about January 6th. You idiots could be arguing about anything. Fine, okay? But at least you're still your own country. But when you actually hand over your military power to a foreign government, you are no longer sovereign. That is the end. There's no coming back from that. Total and complete idiocy. I mean, it's beyond that. It's treason. It's full-blown treason. What were these idiots thinking? This is the beginning of the end. It is, again, you could argue all day, well, no, it was when we allowed, Citizens United and all the money to flood into our political system, and AIPAC was able to grasp control of all of our politicians and the Epstein files. They were able to blackmail our politicians. That stuff's all bad enough too. That's all really bad. And that certainly showed a level of takeover and infiltration from a foreign government, for sure. They had infiltrated us. They had blackmailed us. They had brainwashed us. They had bribed us, right? They've done all of these things, but we didn't enshrine into law them actually having power over our military. And once you lose control over the military, you've lost it. That's it. That is the one thing that keeps you sovereign. That's the one thing that keeps you sovereign. That's actually why so many people who are defenders of the Second Amendment want their guns. Because once you allow the government to take your guns, what happens? You're no longer really truly independent. Your government knows that you can't rise up against them. Now, some will argue, well, that's dumb to think you could rise up against your government anyway. No, it isn't. People do it all the time. In fact, hello, founding of the nation. That's exactly what civil wars are. That's exactly what revolutions are. Yes, you can. People do it all the time. It's written in all the history books. So spare me. You absolutely can rise up against your government. But you have to have your guns. Okay, so that's on an individual level. That's on a citizen versus government level. Now, when you hand over the control over your military technology, the weaponry, the brains of your military to a foreign power, they now have you by the throat and the balls. You're locked up. I mean, you're the man behind the iron mask at that point, and that is what they've done to us with this. Now, it hasn't passed the Senate. I get it. It's not there yet, but the Senate will pass this because we're just that dumb and off and bribed, and the Israelis got to this point. They infiltrated us behind enemy lines, right? They infiltrated us to the point where they could get to this point where they could actually write into legislation. It's already bad enough that they were passing laws about censoring Americans, right? Well, for years, the billionaire class told us crypto was for criminals, conspiracy theorists, basement weirdos. That's dangerous, it's stupid, it's reckless. And then it turns out, quietly behind the scenes, they were doing it themselves. Now BlackRock's involved, major banks are offering crypto in their portfolios, hedge funds are buying in, but here's the problem. Crypto still feels intimidating to most of us.
I don't care about no crypto. It's crazy. So they said America would only last 250 years, and now we just gave away our country. Just for the New World Order. It's for the New World Order. That's what it is. New World Order is here. And it's going to be great. And they're going to kill 1/3 of y'all. They're going to kill 1/3 of all the humans. That's what they're going to do. And everybody else that's alive would be so sad they would really be productive. They're going to kill 1/3 of all life on the planet. Welcome to the New World Order.
You lose your government contracts, you lose your jobs. If you're a teacher, you lose your job if they found out. Right? They already were able to wiggle in and really break away at U.S. values. But this is a whole nother level of
Son of David, take
so many
compassion.
Republicans were so upset about the possibility of the global pandemic response, handing away our sovereignty to a global medical group that would determine pandemic response. They didn't want that. They fought against it. They said, we can't allow this. And we didn't join in. And the argument was we would be handing away our sovereignty if we allowed a global governance board to run our pandemic response, that we'd be giving up our sovereignty. Well, we just gave up our sovereignty. And this, I can't say this enough. It's just like what happened with NATO. And you can see how hard it is for these European countries. They don't really like being a part of NATO. I think a lot of them realize, oh, we're not really sovereign anymore. We have to do everything the United States says. And the minute we say we're not going to do what they want, then we start getting penalized. They start holding it against us. They start retaliating because the United States is big and strong, but also we control their militaries. They don't have their own tech. They don't have their own planes. They don't have their own weapons. Not really. So when you could control the flow of the weapons, when you actually control the technology, you can control the country because you could just threaten them with, we're cutting you off. And by the way, all those weapons that you have stored, where you have stored, like the nukes that are all over Europe, who controls the nukes? Not Europe, we do. Okay, so...
Son of David, take compassion on us.
We got nukes
Son of
right
David,
there ready
take
to nuke
compassion
you
on
if
us.
you turn against us. So it's, what you could do, the power that you have when you control the military is massive. And this integration is. Now let me just read to you what AIPAC says. Because AIPAC, AIPAC has their own spin on this. So we'll talk about what AIPAC says and then what is the truth on this. So AIPAC says that the current House version, which is now Section 219, it was Section 224, the clearest wording says it would direct the Pentagon to designate an executive agent to synchronize, expand, and accelerate U.S.-Israel cooperation in defense technology research and development and related areas such as integration and industrial cooperation. AIPAC's memo says that the initiative would deepen U.S.-Israel cooperation in counter-drone technology, missile and air defense, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity, and that it would synchronize, expand, and accelerate that cooperation through a Pentagon executive agent. It also says the provision does not create joint command structures or transfer any decision-making power to Israel. It doesn't need to. We don't actually control France's military or Germany's military. We're not the commanders of Germany's military. We don't need to be. We command the equipment. If you can command the equipment, you command them. What are they going to do about it? The AIPAC memo explicitly rejects the claim that the provision merges the U.S. and Israeli militaries. It says the measure is a coordination mechanism for defense technology cooperation, not joint command or merged force. Again, when you hold, it's like, okay, you give your kid an allowance and you're not telling them exactly what they have to do with their money, but you certainly can because you're the one who gives them the allowance. So, you give them the appearance of making their own decisions with their money, but it's not really their money. You're the one who gave it to them. So it's that same sort of thing.
So I'm going into a neighborhood where I used to do a lot of work, but this neighborhood was abandoned. So it was a scary place. People shooting guns and stuff like that. We'll see. It looks like it's open again. But it was abandoned. This neighborhood was abandoned, for real. And it was seriously dangerous. So, but it is what it is. Hopefully I don't have to hurt nobody, because I don't like to hurt people. I'm not supposed to hurt people in general. I'm not allowed to, so I used to skateboard this hill right here. How you doing? Chilling? Huh? Yeah. Uber Eats. Yeah. That's you? No, sir. This is Shay. She's your homegirl. So you got Larry's Late Nights? Alright, dopeness. Alright, let's see here. Larry's Late Nights. Which one is it? It's this one right here, right? Yeah. This one. Boy, that smells good, man. Was it some wings?
Yes, sir.
That's some good smelling wing, bro. Thank you, brother, and God bless you. Have a great night. So you the security here now? What's the name of this place? Oh, it's Creekside Apartments. That's what it used to be. Back in the Creekside Forest. Used to be. I used to do the pest control here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, they might need you back out here, man.
I ain't doing that right now. I don't have my business license. I'm working on it right now, getting it again. But yeah, I remember they burnt that office down. Is that the one? Yeah, they burnt that down one day. And then it all closed down and people were all over here living for free.
Yep, we just got everything back up right here.
Wow. Cool, man. Well, God bless you. All right. Thank you. No problem. God bless you, bro. Peace. See you next time. God bless this place. God bless this place. God bless this place. God bless this place. That's why I used to be walking around here saying all the time. God bless this place. God bless this place. God bless this place. This was the Wild Wild West. Weird. I used to live downtown. 129th Street Convent. Everything upbeat a party. A ball in the park, but nothing. Till it reaches dark, we chill. Nobody got ill in the place. We caught a hill, and if you try them, that's when they will get wild. Cause they don't fight, they kill at the Wild Wild West. The Wild Wild West, Wild West, Wild West. Oh, we're going back to the freeway. Yeah, my partner's killed that business, to be honest.
But ultimately, Anthropic signed off, and
That's what
Claude
it
was
is.
used, and many
lost
suspect
out.
Claude was used to
Guy's
bomb
going
the children's school in Iran on the first day of the war and killed all those kids. But the point of that story being,
Either way,
the U.S.
reestablish.
showed its vulnerability there because the U.S. was reliant on an outsider's tech. Now, in that case, that outsider was an American company. But when it's a foreign government and we don't want to be a part of their wars, because after Iran, it's Turkey and Egypt, and it's never ending, and we don't want to be fighting their wars for them anymore, they're going to say, you have to. Because not only are you using our tech, but we baked in some fail safes into that tech to make sure that you would do what we said, or you all die. The Samson option. We kill you all. We obliterate you all. We can blow up all of the bombs that we built, that you built with our tech, but our tech will blow it up right there as it sits on your soil. These idiots. I am absolutely in shock that they would do this to us. This is the end. I mean, this is it. This is how you lose your sovereignty. There were so many bad things that have happened all through the years. We could point out, 100 different things in the last 100 years that our stupid government did. This is truly the dumbest, because this is it. A terrorist country. We're going to be integrating. We're going to be using all of their tech for our military, and that's it. We're at their behest. So, who are the traitors? They should be exposed, and I do believe they're absolutely traitors to the nation, traitors to this country. This is the worst. This is worse than starting the war in Iraq.
Every item is $10. You can get one delivered for free. No shipping, no fees. It's full of random stuff. Uh-oh. We have another Erica Kirk, 24 USA, apologize. Call it a humiliated one. So, how many times did these Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk stands have to be caught in a complete and total lie, a total fabrication of the truth? How many times does it have to happen before somebody's like, why are all of you lying? Because we have another Erica Kirk ally coming forward and being called the fuck out by trauma experts, by eyewitnesses, by CPR experts, SUV analysis, over lying about what happened to Charlie in the immediate aftermath of the. So yes, an eyewitness just got caught in a massive lie. They're being exposed, and trauma experts are breaking their silence once again on this Charlie Kirk case. We thought we'd be further along by now. We thought we'd maybe be able to wrap this one up and move on, but these people keep coming forward and making an already weird situation so much fucking weirder. And if you've been anywhere online in the last 48 hours, your feed is absolutely exploding. It is a firestorm that only really happens when a carefully constructed narrative starts to shatter in real time. And listen, it doesn't make any sense to me. So
war going on across the sea, street soldiers killing the elderly. Whatever happened to unity? It's like that, war, and that's the way it is. Ooh. It's like that, and that's the way it is. I said it's like that, and that's the way it is. I said it's like that. Craziness.
It's gospel as far as we're concerned. And he's been going on a little bit of an Erica Kirk style whirlwind media tour, trying to make this a heartbreaking tribute of his role in this tragic story. And he keeps repeating things about how he was a political martyr and really trying to kind of claim his stake in this story, which is weird enough on its own, but there's just one problem. The internet, we never bought it. And almost immediately, as the story aired, skeptics noticed massive, glaring cracks in the official narrative. Digital sleuths, there's a little bit of Candace Owens in all of you, it seems. Damn, surprise, surprise, shouting. And medical professionals have ruthlessly picked apart the physics of that cramped out space. They've cross-examined the timeline of the drive, and they pointed out specific details that were simply and also physically and medically impossible. So the internet theories can sometimes just be theories until today, because what happens when
better algorithm.
When we pair all these things together, the actual physics of the speeding SUV and
a better algorithm, right?
Okay, this is the most genius idea ever. You want to change your glasses to sunglasses?
I hope y'all in the building. Hope y'all hanging out. Today is early today went tragically wrong. For whatever reason, the wrong title was on the video, so it's tragically underperforming. But that video was a dive into the courts of heaven, and it was the legislative courts of heaven. I'm just going to encourage you to go back and watch the video. I'm telling you to go watch it. It was a really good deep dive. But I'm not talking about that right now. Today I'm talking about people having crazy, creepy encounters. And the premise of this is why you need to pray before you leave your house. Yeah, you should pray before you leave your house. You did that, but you don't understand. I don't need to pray before I leave my house. You know, when I leave my house, the Lord protects me. I'm blessed in my coming and I'm blessed in my going. Okay. I'm glad you know that. It's good for you. But for everybody else who don't pray before they leave their house, let me remind you that you need to pray before you leave your house. Because when people don't pray, they have all kind of crazy encounters. All kinds of things happen. I've had crazy stuff happen when I wouldn't pray before I left the house. So now, before I step my foot out, I'm praying. Just to make sure we don't have no craziness. And now Shorty right here had some crazy stuff. Crazy. I mean, you gotta hear this. This is how crazy this is to happen. Now, this is real crazy. This is a real deal. And she ain't lying. She ain't lying. Tell them, girl, you ain't lying.
Okay, I literally just pulled over to tell you what the hell just happened to me and my dogs. It's me and my dogs, Dakota, Harley. We are on our way to this lake to go live stream and to go swimming, and we drive through this like beat down hick town, okay? And I mean, like, it's in the middle of nowhere, and it's just like, it literally reminds me of that movie Deliverance. You know, we're driving down the street, and I see this little old lady, dude, this little old lady who's got like these overalls on, like these pink overalls and a white t-shirt, and she's just walking by herself down the street, right? And I notice as she's walking, she literally has like blood, like right here, and like a little bit on her shirt, but it was going down her face. I'm thinking, oh my God, this poor old lady is by herself, and she must have fell. Like, she must have fell, and she needs help. So I drive up to her, and I pull over, and she's looking down at the ground with just like blood dripping. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, ma'am, are you okay? Do you need me to call an ambulance? And tell me how this lady, literally, dude, it's like a scene from a horror movie. This lady just goes like this, like she's looking down, and then just slowly looks up at me, and just smiles, like slowly smiles. At that point, I'm just staring at her, and my dog's in the back seat, like hitting me in the shoulder, like, drive, Sparrow, drive, fuck this lady. Dude, I am telling you, that was one of the creepiest freaking encounters I've ever had. And yes, I feel bad. I did leave her. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I left. I had to pull over, like, show you, because, like, I'm literally, like, shooken up about it.
You should be shaking, baby girl.
Freaking thing. I'm probably gonna end up calling 911 when I get off. I am. I'm gonna actually call when I get off this phone, because that's not okay. That was
You probably should have called them first, baby.
I've ever experienced with an encounter with a poor little old lady, dude.
Hey.
I swear, my life just attracts
1 second.
scary stories. Oh my God.
Now let me tell you something, and I want you to understand
get it.
something about your life attracting scary crap.
I got let's see. Just a second. I got a drink behind my seat, but I can't get it. Let me see. You thirsty? There you go, my boy. God bless you. Peace.
Transmission line designer
And I had to do a lot of stuff out in the middle of the woods because you design the transmission line, and then when they go to build the transmission lines, you need to be on site. And when they scope the lines or stake the lines, you need to be there. So I'm gonna tell y'all a place that I'm gonna warn you about. There's a job that we did in Eureka Springs. If I'm not mistaken, it was Eureka Springs to further. It was Eureka Springs to Holiday, and it was Busher. From here to here, a new transmission line was going. And in order to get this transmission line, make sure y'all can see that on the screen. You see that on the screen? Yeah, you see it on the screen right there. Now, in order to get this transmission line in, I'm going to zoom in. In the words of Bloom, zoom in some more. So there's Eureka Springs there. And the line had to go all the way to here. Long way. Now, in order to get this line in, you got the route for the line. You spend a lot of time with the right-of-way acquisition guys. You spend a lot of time with stakers out in the middle of damn nowhere. I'm talking about no damn well, ladies and gentlemen. And so you get to places, and this stuff has actually changed because all this stuff they got named one here back then. This is like 15, 20 years ago. And so we ran into a problem where is it at? Yeah, here we go. Ran into a problem right up in here. Right up in here, boy. Yeah, right up in here. Now, that landowner that owned a huge portion of this land right there. And that landowner was like, y'all can go out back up there on the land and y'all can scout the land if y'all want to, but I'm just saying to you, you know, you should really be careful. Right up in this area. You should really be careful when y'all back up in there because they got some things up in there that I'm not sure what the hell they is. I got this land from my grandmother and she got this land from her father, and we don't have this land a long time, and I'm just telling you, I don't know what's up in there. We don't go up in there. I want to tell you, when somebody says we don't go up in there, it means your behind don't need to go up in there. And so I'm like, yo, we don't need to go up in there. This man don't go up in there. Something up in there. It's like, nah, dog, we got to go. So me, another engineer, and a damn...
TNG says, leave at door, leave on table, greenhouse with black Volkswagen parked in front of gate.
I said to myself, Self, you a black man in the woods with two white boys, and we just walking along, and in the woods of Arkansas, way up in North Arkansas, and we just walking along, and it get cold.
Be right back with that. anymore? Nothing going on. Turn it off.
Oh, real cold, dog. I ain't talking about like, oh, there's a, you know how they got cold spots in the woods, but it's like in the trees. No, it's cold. It's like a refrigerator. Like we walked into a damn refrigerator. And it's summertime, and we walked into a refrigerator. And I'm the phone. I said, hey man. I said, Mark, man, why is it so damn cold right here? And Mark is one of them super duper smart kid. And he kind of was like, I wouldn't call it autistic. I don't know what it is. He had these tics to him because he was so smart. So he'd be talking to you. He'll do this with his hand. Cause you know, engineers tend to be really genius level guys, but they express it. But he always had these tics. Well, he like, and so I'm like, yo, Mark, you know, why is it so damn cold? And he was like, James, I don't know. I don't know. It's cold. I don't know. I'm like, listen, I tell a construction engineer. Can't remember his name. He's like 6'6". I was like, hey man, we need to leave. He's like, no, we can't leave. And you can't leave anyway because I drove, because he did drive. He drove the truck. He's like, we need to go here because my boss gonna get on my behind if we don't get this portion done. So we keep going deeper into these damn woods. We get to the point where you come through the cold spot and you get to a spot that's moderately warm, but it's still chilly. All the temperatures are below the way the what they should be for this time of year. It's like you went from an ice box to a refrigerator. None of them should be the temperature in the middle of the damn woods. And as we get closer and closer to this little river that you see right here, that's when you start to see people. But it ain't damn people. And I'm gonna tell you, this is the first time I realized as a younger man that the name of Jesus worked. You start to see people, but they ain't people. They kind of like transparent. Like you, I don't want to say like the Predator. You know how the Predator had like the shimmering, like shimmer to it, but you can tell it was the Predator because it looked like a monster. It was just too big. No, this was kind of like shimmering, see-through-ish, but it looked like a person. It had a head, it had shoulders, it had legs, it had arms, but it had kind of like this shimmering, transparent kind of see-through thing where you could see through it, but you could clearly tell it was supposed to be some kind of person or an entity that was like humanoid. And so you see one going this way behind a tree, one going this way coming behind a tree, and they just going back and forth. And it's like they are completely oblivious to the fact that we coming, but I'm watching them, they watching, it's like they're just going about their business. Almost like they're doing a tree dance, like they're going from tree to tree to tree to tree to tree to tree. And I'm like, hey, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I said just this kind. I said, I don't give a F what your boss gonna say. And I'm not gonna say the boss's name. But I said, I don't give a F what your boss gonna say. I'm not going further. Now, y'all can keep on going, but you can give me the keys and I'll be waiting for your ass in the truck. Give me the keys. He's like, James. I said, no, give me the keys. James, give me the keys, man. And so we all standing there looking. I'm loud. And we're looking at each other, looking at them things, looking at each other, looking at them damn things. He's like, man, look, just stay right here. I'm going to go over, and I'm going to take a look, and I'm going to come back. Give me the keys, man. And I wouldn't let him go. I held him. He's not going to, you can go when I had the keys. So, give me the key. He's gone through that. I'm talking about he walking, everything walking right behind, you know, all the rest of this. And me and homie sitting there, and I'm standing there, and I'm like, sit back, you know, I'm not really with leaving him, but I want you to know, if any of them things come in this direction, then I'm running and I'm leaving. And he, you know, he's real smart.
His blackness kicking in right there.
I don't. James, you're kind of big guy. I don't know if you can get through these woods like that. But I understand what you're saying. I'm like, no. My big behind can get out of here. I can get out of here. Trust me, I can get out of here. And so we both sitting there waiting. He's gone like 15 minutes. And then I'm like, shit, bro, we're gonna have to go try and find this dude. Just when we was thinking, all right, we're gonna have to go find him, here he comes. And he gets to the opposite side of where all these things are going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. He gets to the opposite side and he just stops. And he's just staring. Just like, boom, like this, just. I'm like, what the F is wrong with this dude? Come on, bro, we need to go. Just. Mouth open. Just stare. Really actually looking like a full damn retard. You know how you get the stare, what do you call it? The 100-yard stare where you're driving, and you just be driving. You're aware of the fact that you're driving, but you're still kind of staring. But you're driving. You see everything, but you kind of stuck in a stare until you like blink your eyes. That's how he is. That's the best way to describe it. And my boy's sitting there like, hey man, come on, let's go. Let's go. Come on, man, let's go. He's not responding. And I'm like, man, how did I say it? It was, Lord Jesus, help us. It's time for us to get out of here. It was kind of like, it wasn't sarcastic. It was kind of like frustration. Man, Lord Jesus, help us. It's time to get out of here, man. I'm ready to go. And won't he stop and all those things and I just and stayed. Now, I really wish I wouldn't have said that at that point in time, because when we started leaving back out, there was no more cold spots. It was hot. I'm talking about hot. I'm talking about like possibly hot in them damn woods. But I'm just coming to tell you, you gotta pray before you do everything, ladies and gentlemen. You really need to pray before you do everything and anything. Hold on, I'm gonna give y'all this next person's encounter. Here goes somebody else's creepy experience they've been in their life. I still think about that one.
It's my very last day of college. I had just finished my last final, and I was on the interstate back home to my house, and my car started overheating. It started smoking up, going crazy. So I pulled over off the side of the interstate, and I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know anything about cars, but I had popped the hood, and I was trying to investigate what was going on. And a few minutes later, some guy pulls up behind me off on the E-lane, walks up to me, asks what's going on with the car, and he mentioned it looks like it's overheating. And then he offers to the nearest gas station to pick up a couple of jugs of water so we can come back to the car and cool the car down. So I get in the car and we're riding for a minute or two, and I happen to look in the back seat and I see 2 shotguns laying on the back seat of his car, and I'm instantly like, what did I get myself into? Like, you gotta be kidding. I can't go out like this. I haven't even got my degree yet. I haven't graduated yet. I can't go out like this. And then he mentions he's on his way to go on a hunting trip. And I was thinking, okay. But it was a little odd because we're in a Honda Accord. Like, usually people go hunting in trucks. But we were in a 4-door.
He was hunting you, boy?
Hey there.
Yeah.
Say what?
I got the good news.
Alright.
I was at 5 o'clock on Friday.
Wow. Congratulations.
It was at 5 o'clock on Friday. That's 5 hours time.
Congratulations.
I told Isaiah earlier after so the thing is, everybody else, they're out of time. But they're really at least, I'm going to tell you not out of time is 5 o'clock. And then, yeah, we're out of time for you. Anything 3 or 3:30. Yeah, 3:30, I'm out of time.
Okay. Dope. That's gonna be excellent. All right. Well, I will see you at 5. 3 hours. That's good. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's good. Make some money.
And then you get to work later? I get to work later.
Yep.
They ain't good if I come in at 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Nah, you ain't coming in at 5 tomorrow? No.
He said I come in at 5 tomorrow.
So
Well,
you
I'm
get
at
like,
7.5 hours.
wow. That's amazing. All right. Well, I will see you in.
They come in at 5 tomorrow, but I won't be going. I will come in early tomorrow.
No.
Come on. Very long. 5. Saturday.
All right. Well, I love you. I love you.
I love you.
I will see you in a little while. 3 hours.
Yep.
I'm gonna be hungry by the time you get off, because I've been hungry since 10 o'clock.
Huh?
I've been hungry since like 9:30.
Me too. You take your breakfast in me today, honey.
Huh? Yeah, I might eat some of them.
Take your breakfast.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. Well, all right. Well, I love you and God bless you, and I'll see you in a little while. Okay?
Love you, honey.
Love you too. I'll see you in 3 hours.
Okay.
All right. God bless you.
God bless you.
Peace. Bye. Oh, crap. Just run over something.
What?
I just ran over something, but I don't know what. Seems all right.
Huh?
I ran over something.
Let's get started.
Nah, it seems okay.
Alright, love you.
Love you too. God bless you. Peace.
God bless you, honey.
Bye. What? Craziness. That's good. I'll make some monies. Try to build up some monies. Let's see what we got here. Tires seem to be okay. Let's see. Try DoorDash. Sure. Why not? Hello, welcome to the podcast, the broadcast, the hodcast. Well, I got me a DoorDash, yay!
And we get down the road a little more, and then the dude reaches out from the side of his door and pulls out a Tupperware container. And he's got 2 pre-made hot dogs in that container. And then he offers me one, and I'm like, nah. I'm not about to eat a hot dog from a stranger. That's crazy to offer, matter of fact. And at this point, I'm completely freaked out. I'm like, why did I just get in the car with this guy? So we make it to the gas station. We get the 2 jugs of water. We go back to the car. I pour the water into the car gets cooled off, and I get it back up and running. And the guy offers to follow me home to make sure I get back to my house all right. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm not about to let this dude know where I live. But he's like, no, I insist. He like insisted on following me. So we get on the interstate, and I'm thinking to myself, as soon as we get some space in between us on the road, I'm taking the first exit. So we get on the road. I change lanes. He doesn't change lanes. And so at this point, we've created a little space between us, and he's ahead of me on the interstate. And as soon as he's ahead of me, I take the first exit and dip and end up making it home. Now, the guy could have been harmless. He could have just been a good Samaritan, but I wasn't about to take any chances. He also could have been a serial killer. But that was a weird interaction. It still gives me the creeps every time I think about it.
Okay, so I don't
Has anybody ever explained to y'all what an unction is? Anybody know what an unction is? Like people like to call unctions like I got a premonition, I got a gut feeling, I got this, but it's actually an unction from the Lord that you need to do something or that you don't need to do something. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that. That way, yeah. And then instead of showing red right here, hold on, let me see if I can find that for you. There he go again, talking about that Jesus. Every time I come over here on this channel, he's trying to make everything about Jesus. And so now we went from listening to talk about people having their creepy encounters to him talking about Jesus. This dude get on my nerve because all he talk about is that Jesus. Damn, Jesus loving dude. Yeah, he get on my nerves. He even gonna make himself small so he could talk about that Jesus. Look how small he made himself so he could talk about that Jesus. All he talk about is that Jesus. You get on my nerves, dog boys. You get on my nerves talking about we was made in God's image. What was the image of that we was made in? What did they look like, dog water? Huh? Oh, you talk about that Jesus. Guys, if you recall, I said a couple of times, I was like, yo, some people that's got spiritual gifts, they would give, well, people who got spiritual gifts, all them gifts came from the Lord. But then because there's nobody to teach them about the gifts from the Lord, the only way they have to interpret those gifts is they get them gifts and they get them and they be like, you're a psychic, you know, you're an astral projector, you're a dream projector, you're this, and it goes into the kingdom of darkness. How the kingdom of darkness grows because it's recruited because of misunderstandings. And I want you to understand what the unction is. The unction is a knowing of something. So you could be sitting and you know something. That happens to me all the time. I mean, in the comments, I be recording videos and I
Hope I'll see you again.
Been with your husband for 20 years?
More than 20 years.
Okay. Nice. See, I love that. Like, caring, like, stuff like that, and, you know, still going strong, and, like, you know?
Of course, we have our ups and downs. No relationship is perfect. And I think the biggest, you know, learning lesson is now that I got sick, and he's been there for me, you know? He didn't want.
Attention in the comments. You even hear the video. I know that there's a person that's going to contend. And do you hear me address the person that contends? If you go back and read the comments, you'll get verification that somebody be like, damn, bro, I was just thinking that, and I was going to say this, because literally I'm told, no, this is the contention on this point. Go to this. But I want to show you an unction so you understand it, because we all get unctions from God. And this is how you keep yourself from getting
kidnapped, raped, robbed, and killed. Mark 18:14 through 17. Now the disciples had forgotten to take the bread, neither had they in the ship with them any more than one loaf. And he charged them, saying, take heed, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, and of the leaven of Herod. And they reasoned amongst themselves, saying, is it because we have no bread? And Jesus knew it. So Jesus knew exactly what the issue was, what they was thinking. And he said unto them, why resolve ye because ye have no bread? Reason ye because you have no bread. So he knew it. Jesus knew. It's not that he reasoned it, he knew it. And if you go back and you really study Jesus over and over and over again, there were constantly situations where he knew what his disciples were thinking. And the people were like, oh, you know, I was psychic. You know, James, you know, the government has these tests when they come and they test us and they give us this pink drink and they make us take these tests and put these sounds on, because those are gifts that God gave unto men. The government knows this, so they come and test you for that gift and harness that gift. But you know, we don't never exalt the one that the gifts came from. This is all about that government. It's funny because people be anti-government, but they promote the damn government. Watch this. The knowing of all men. I need to zoom in on this. No, you can see it. Now he was in Jerusalem at the Passover, in the feast day, and many believed his name. And when they saw the miracles which he had did, but Jesus did not commit himself unto them, because he knew all men, and needed not that any should testify of man, for he knew what was in man. So Jesus said, now, you know, I did this miracle and everybody's trying to come at me. And he knew the hearts of those men. So he's like, nah, I'm going to walk away from all of you guys, because he knew what was in the hearts of men. Oh, DW, what you saying don't make no sense. That don't prove that Jesus was reading nobody's mind. You fake ass. Think you know what you're talking about. You think you don't know a damn thing. You don't know nothing, DW. You just be making stuff up. You just be making it all up. Here it is. Watch this one. Here it is. And it came to pass, I need to be able to see this bigger. And it came to pass, also on another Sabbath, that he entered into the synagogue and he taught. And there was a man whose right hand was withered, and the scribes and the Pharisees watched him, whether he would heal on the Sabbath day, that they might find accusation against him. But he knew their thoughts. Luke 6 through 8. It makes it clear, but he knew their thoughts. He knew their thoughts. He knew their thoughts. And said to the man which had the withered hand, rise up and stand forth in the midst. And he arose and stood forth. Now, Jesus over and over and over again is just replying to what people are thinking.
It is what it is. I mean, you know, DW, I get what you're saying, but I'm not Jesus. Nah, technically, you got Jesus inside of you. Technically, you got the Holy Spirit, you got the entire Godhead inside of you. So technically, you should be able to have an unction about whether you're in danger or not. It's just whether you have practiced hearing what the Lord is saying. I can tell you when I can definitely tell you, I know unctions. Because I could be sitting there and the Lord said, nope, get up, go do this, this, this. And most people, they don't hear his voice. It's like, maybe I should get up. For me, it's like, nah, don't go that way, go this way, do this or do that. But when you're not familiar with an unction, then you think it's like, man, I got this feeling I shouldn't talk to this person. No, that's the Lord inside you screaming, hey, that guy's a backstabbing, low down, rotten, no good frog. But you haven't listened enough to actually discern the unction. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have to be able to discern this and listen to it and hear the Lord as he gives you the unctions. And will he allow you to technically read what's on people's minds? Technically, yes. I mean, I've been in rooms where somebody's talking and the words that they're saying is not what they mean. So you're saying one thing, but your meaning of your words is something else. And so I'm interpreting the meaning of what's being said versus the words that's being said. And I'm addressing the meaning of the words. You always know when you're doing it because the individual that you're talking to gets extremely frustrated because you're interpreting the meaning of the words. And you're addressing you're addressing the core of the meaning, the core of what's being said. Anyway. All right, let's get back to the people seeing stuff. Red, if she was from New Orleans, we was in New Orleans, people, she walking down the street, say, Red, come on, let me holler at you, Red. Woo-hoo. Say, Red. Red. Woo-hoo. Say, Red.
Okay, so I am feeling a ton better, but not any less busy. So
Glad you feel better, Red.
Tell you guys my next experience with paranormal, like I promised.
Yeah, Red, you got a problem.
Whatever I had just kicked my ass. So, sorry. But let's get into it. So, as a kid, I was raised by my grandma, and this particular night, my mom showed up to her house and was wondering if she could stay the night with us. My grandma said yes, and I got to spend time with my mom, which is something I didn't get to do very often. So, you know, after playing guitar with her and singing with her, it was time to go to bed. We slept in the second bedroom, which we called the little room, because it was the littlest room of the house, and there was a trundle bed. I slept on the main bed, and my mom slept on the pull-out trundle. In the middle of the night, I woke up because I just couldn't really sleep, and I just wanted to be next to my mom. So I climbed down to the trundle bed, and my mom rolls over and starts cuddling with me and stuff, and it's just like, I get to cuddle with my mom. And this is really, it's, so,
I'm sorry, baby.
after a moment or two, the energy in the room just shifts. Something felt really, really off. And my mom had her arms around me. And then it just, that fight or flight instinct kind of starts to kick in, where your heart starts racing, you know, the adrenaline's going through your body, and I could just feel this, it was almost like this cringy feeling, like you just need to pull away. I didn't want to be next to her anymore, and I couldn't understand why. But then it started to feel like it was no longer my mom's arms being wrapped around me. It felt like something else, something more sinister. And I don't know why I looked. I don't know why I rolled over and looked, but when I did, I was not looking at my mom anymore. Her eyes were really dark. Her face was really wrinkled and just grotesque looking. And her cheeks were sprawled back like snarling almost, and it wasn't.
Yeah, like the real Jezebel. Yeah, girl, hold on, girl.
It went away, and I instantly jumped up and went to go live with my grandma. I couldn't be with my mom anymore.
That's some scary stuff. That's some scary stuff. That girl. Damn, Red. Red, you got problems, Red. You cute too, Red. You got problems, Red. When she talking about, guys, is that her mother's smile was back here like this. Remember I told you guys about the Joker smile? Like Karen Bass's smile? Karen Bass has probably has a legion of demons in her. You can see it in the smile. It's always the Joker smile. Is what it is. Yeah, that's why you got to pray before you go to bed too, man. That was kind of spooky right there. That was kind of scary right there. That one right there was kind of spooky. I ain't want nothing that scary. I was just trying to get a lesson in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done. Red done freaked me out. Red, I'll tell you something, Red. Better get you some holy oil and consecrate your windows and your doors. Red, you better consecrate the corner posts of your bed. Consecrate your Reebok shoes, Red. You know what I'm saying? Your underwear, your bras, all of it. Consecrate it all, Red. Because with that kind of stuff, your mama got that kind of stuff in there, Red. That means that it's got a generational stronghold, Red. Yeah. It's got a generational stronghold, Red. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget about the book You Have Been Served, How to Get Victory in the Courts of Heaven. Don't forget get your copy of the book You Have Been Served, How to Get Victory in the Courts of Heaven on Amazon. It's Kindle, and everybody keeps on saying, James, when I'm be able to put the book in my hand? Very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very soon. Very, very soon. The difference between the Kindle book and the actual pocket book that you're going to get, which the book you're holding in your hand, is there's an entire kind of like journal section to it that you fill out. And so I need to make sure the journal formatted section is good, and I can put it in my hands, and I can write in the journal before I put it in your hands. I won't put nothing in your hands that when you go to open and write, the page is all messed up. It's coming, baby. It's coming. Now, it ain't gonna be 99 cents. I'm sorry, guys. I can't put it at no damn 99 cents. It's a whole damn book. But the point I'm making is, go and get this version of the book now for 99 cents. And you get that other book with the workbook portion of it added in. The workbook portion of it added in is pretty good for you. Because it allows you to kind of jot down notes and the things that you're going to hit in the courts of heaven. That way, when the second version of the book, was the extended, the next, I guess, volume of the book comes out, refer to your first volume, pull those things, and construct your court case and go to the courts of heaven with that information. All right, 99 cents. You Have Been Served, How to Get Victory in the Courts of Heaven. It hit the Amazon best-selling rank. It's, I think, in all the Christian books on YouTube, on Amazon, I think I'm 42. This morning I was ranked number 42. Oh, yeah, 42. Yeah, 42. Last night I was ranked number 52 in all Christian books on Amazon. Spiritual Warfare, we ranked number 7, which is fantastic. So go ahead and get the book. It's a phenomenal book. It's jam-packed full of information. And this is just the beginning of me putting out books and sharing information. It's almost like the Lord wants me to download a book in my brain every day. All right, I love you guys. Hit the like button. See y'all next video.
Number's that? Don't see no number.
Candace has no audience. It's over. She's crashing and burning. I mean, like, what are we talking about? Is it possible that to deal with this, they're going to, like, kill Tyler? Or they're going to, like, make up some plan and pretend like Erica couldn't deal. She was overwhelmed. And then they're going to go, oh, we're pinning it on Candace.
So the Illuminati said they got me a car, it's a Corvette, and I'm a mountain one of these. Oh my goodness, would you take a look at, oh my gosh. I love the Illuminati, they're so awesome. The Illuminati said they got me a new car, it's a Corvette.
Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses, baby. Thank you. A panel for what, honey?
Now we also have the dial back speech laws. Doesn't that seem like they're kind of setting the stage for that? All of the usual suspects coming out with something that does not pass the sniff test because no one deals with more online attacks on a daily basis than me. Tens of millions of dollars is being spent. I am listed, me and Tucker Carlson, in the FARA docs. They're admitting it. They're not hiding it. We have to take down Tucker and Candace Owens, and we're willing to spend the money to do it. And yet, nobody makes a report and says, if Candace, anything happens, if anyone says anything about Candace, they're digital assassins. They don't put somebody else in a scope. What gives? It feels to me like it could be the beginning of a plot.
Yeah.
Government plot. We can't win this thing. We need to get influencers, independent journalists off of this entirely. We need a big event that allows us to crawl back speech. Think of it like 9/11. 9/11 happens, and then it's like, well, we got to take away your freedom. We got to get this bill passed immediately, take your shoes off and belts off at the airport, and now the government is allowed to spy on you because this terroristic event happened, and we're doing this for safety. I feel like that needs to be said, that people are sensing that that's their plan here, you know, to pull like, you know, Erica got harmed by someone or Erica harmed herself. And none of this would have happened if it wasn't this culture of quote unquote digital assassination. And may I just state emphatically that Charlie Kirk was so opposed to this idea that speech equates to violence.
I just have to say, as she's going into this, the first thing that popped up, and I don't remember who it was, and you can tell me if either of them are here. It was either Susanna Rosanna Diana, okay? Those of you that watch the show, you know who that is, or Tammy Lee. One of these two, or maybe I'm completely wrong, one of these two came up with this theory months ago.
I found an easy way to turn my closet clutter into extra cash on Vinted. My closet was full of clothes I kept meaning to sell, but I was too lazy to deal with the hassle. Then I discovered how easy it is to sell on Vinted. I just snapped a photo, wrote a quick description, and set my price. And once it sold, the shipping part was honestly the easiest part. I dropped mine off on my way to get groceries. It took about 5 minutes. Now I made an extra $80 last month, and it went straight towards my vacation fund. And there are 0 selling fees, so whatever it sells for, it's all yours.
Shut up.
So if you're looking to make a quick buck,
One of these two, or maybe I'm completely wrong, one of these two came up with this theory months ago. I think like 2 months ago. They were like, is that why? It was right around the time, maybe it wasn't 2 months ago. I don't know. Everything gets blurred when you're doing shows like this. But it was right around the time Erica dropped out of that event, and they said it was due to threats. And then everybody realized that it was actually due to low ticket sales or just low audience attendance in general. Right around that time, someone came up with that theory, and they said it in the super chat, and I never forgot it. And it's wild that Candace is now saying the exact same thing. So whoever that was, shout out to you. Shout out to you. I wish I could pin down your name more so. Someone said, what theory? The theory that the reason that they're doing all of this with Erica, they're writing these reports. They're saying, oh, there's threats here. There's this weird thing that happens in Texas, and, you know, nothing of it. It's like, oh, they arrested this guy, and they just show some guy with like herpes on his lip, and he's just like, he's just sitting there. You never hear about it again. It was a news story for maybe 30 seconds. The reason that they're doing all that is to build up a case against Candace and against what she's doing, and then also building up a good alibi or a good connection
Build number
to
7.
why
I thought
something may happen to Erica.
7?
Then there was
8?
also,
Is
as
this
this
number
was
7?
happening, there was Gary
Which one's
saying
number 7?
something's going to happen to Erica. There's Graham. There was
That was 4.
Dan Bongino. I remember Dan Bongino said this. All of these Fed sloppers were coming out saying, you're going to get hurt. You're going to get Erica hurt. And everybody was like, what are you talking about? Like, you're just calling her out on silly things. You know, Coach Collins just acting like she's putting on sparkles all the time. Like, everybody was like, what are you talking about? But that was a bunch of people saying you're going to get her hurt. I think Tim Pool said it as well. All of these guys who are a part of this seemingly coordinated thing, seemingly coordinated thing. I see Daisy in there tripping out. But that was the theory, that they're building up something in case something has to happen to Erica. And now, this is not something that any of us want. Candace has made it clear. I even saw Kesia Daily Fredo. She was putting out a prayer for Erica. You know, I reposted it.
There it is.
Barron's always said, do not harass people. Forget about just Erica. Barron said that about just random people all the time. He doesn't want that. Candace has said she doesn't want that. Nobody wants anything to happen to these people. That's not the kind of people that we are, obviously.
Oh, shit. Ow. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah, Lord Jesus.
Building up something towards it. I don't know. But whoever came up with that theory, you came up with it first, and good job looking into that. Good job bringing up that theory. Here, let's keep going.
When you're not calling for violence, you're investigating real violence, and now they're saying you investigating the violence is the violence. Huh?
My nose won't stop running.
Trying to locate it now. Please hold.
Huh? Charlie was emphatically against that, and the fact that Andrew Colbert is sharing that and perpetuating that culture, well, just reinforces what Charlie's saying. Andrew Colbert is a traitor. My dream was correct.
You didn't say it. I have your name on the screen here. You're not the one that said it. I would have remembered that name. It wasn't you. No chance it was you.
Check. Accurate. Speaking of Andrew and the Kairos Company and Johnny Moore, Andrew Colbert during his crash out was still trying to protect BB, but in the process admitted that I was telling the truth. I have maintained, I think since September, it might be October, I haven't changed my story once.
We'll get into that in a minute, but I just wanted to throw that theory out there, throw that credit out there. We're going to move on to something else here. But, I mean, to touch on that again, I think that's very possible. I think that's very, very possible. And it becomes more chilling because you see this article, what's it called? The NRCI or IC or something like that. They were writing this report on Candace. They're like, when Candace does this, this happens to Erica. When Candace does this, this happens to Erica. And you see it on Candace's side, right? As I think NBC was even reporting on it. And you go, wow, this is crazy. I can't believe they're trying to do this to Candace. But also there's the side of, imagine you're Erica and you kind of know, because you could kind of tell. Maybe there's people in her ear making her think that Candace is responsible. Maybe that's what's happening. But you just see them write NCRI, yeah. And you just start seeing this report being made. Oh, man. And then you start seeing all these people. Oh, man, she's going to get hurt. She's going to get hurt. And your husband just passed away. you know, and you've just sold all these hats and you sent people bracelets instead, and you're covered in glitter, and you have plans, you know. JD Vance says you're going to be vice president, right? The president's talking to you. You have a lot of big plans. Candace comes out and says, you know, you were very anti-Philadelphia at a Tucker dinner, you know, so it's starting to come out, and you're just hoping you're going to stay safe. And then all of a sudden, this weird report comes out and goes, wow, look at all these threats. And it's a weird thing. I'm not saying it's Candace at all. I'm not saying that. Not at all. I don't think it's any of it. I don't think that happens whenever we make videos about Erica exposed or this or that. I don't think anything like that happens. I think
God, you look so pretty when you tell me. God, you look so pretty when you tell me that you love me.
Let's try it. I'm gonna try it. Why not? I'm not gonna do it right now. Oh boy. We're live in effect. Oh, I need to go get it. I can go over there real quick. Let's go over there real quick. Yeah. Hell yeah.
If that's already made with the help from the mix boy used in the crossfade, rhythm can be kept to a soul-choice pace, depending on moment or depth of space. I don't really know, but somebody said some musical rhythm can mess with your head. I don't know if it's true. I leave it up to you. It's yours. Sound rhythm done up with the next
Possibly. Let me check. I don't got no money. I'm broke. But I do got these right here, and I might have a drink. I'm gonna look. Hope I do. Let's see. I'm from here. Georgia area. Got a water. Cool.
Got to stay in your house. They're there to keep tabs on you 24/7 for the rest of your life. You know too much. They're not going to let you go and talk about the weird night with Lindsey Graham when you guys greased up some alien at Area 51 and got down to business. They're not going to let you tell that story to international figures. Are you crazy? They keep you. And I think it's the same thing with these, in Erica's case, political adjacent people. They have this handler system around them.
stretch tonight. Oh.
About them not being friends and she's nuts and this and that. What about all that? What about what Gary says about Candace all the time? What about, I said this before, way before any kind of report came out about Erica or blah, 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 or even before people were really focusing in on Erica, way before Candace was, that what they do with Candace is exactly what they did with the president. Before the president went into his second term, they would do this exact same thing with him. They would say all these things, these wild, crazy things. He's Mussolini and the World War II bad guy and Stalin and he's all those people combined. That's a real thing. That was on MSNBC. All of this rhetoric they would put out there. And then all of a sudden something happened to him. Now, whether it's real or whatever, but then something happened. And right away they blamed him and how he talks. And they're doing the exact same playbook to Candace. The exact same thing. So now, if anything were to happen to Candace, they would just blame it on her. Yeah, no, they were wrong, actually. Trump is not Mussolini, the ultimate World War II bad guy, and Stalin put together. He's just not. Go look into what they did. You're uneducated. End of story. 100 million deaths on their jacket. Just, I think they even threw Mao in there as well. So please, save it. I get it. You got thumbs and you're doing your thing. Save it. Go look up how many deaths they're responsible for. I'll say this president's responsible for deaths as well. Not even close. It's not even close. So please save it. I get it. You don't like him. Say you don't like him in all caps. Move on. Because believe me, you're not ready for this argument. This is something I study quite a bit. Go look back at my episodes. There's too many episodes I've done on communism and all this stuff. There's way too many. Calculate the deaths and all these different things. Trust me. Yeah, someone said Google it. Yeah, just Google it. Yeah, save me a bunch of words there. Just Google it. But
from the New York Stock Exchange, I'm Jane King for News Out. Mandela Digital, the joint venture formed by Unity Reserve Holdings, Mandela Diami, and Manaway and Datavault AI, announced that the application stage of the Mandela Dollar Early Access Program opened on...
yeah, save me a bunch of words there. Just Google it. But right away, they blamed him. They said, oh, it's his fault for what he said. Just like they blamed Charlie when something happened to Charlie. They said, well, Charlie said all these things. I mean, it's the exact same playbook. It's weird. It's weird. Really weird. Yeah, Mao over 60 million. Go check Stalin's numbers. Go check those numbers. I mean, it's not even worth talking about. Trust me. Some people just don't like the president. I get it. Believe me, I don't like the stuff he's doing either. But I have sense, at least, because I know the numbers. But, yeah, it's weird that they're doing this to Candace. And then, for some reason, it would be weird if I brought up the argument that they're trying to get her hurt. I have proof. I have proof in the sense of this is what happens. I've seen it happen to the president. I've seen it happen to Charlie. I'm sure there's many other people you can name that maybe haven't had mortal wounds or shots taken at them, but at least attacked. Could do that all day. But for some reason, you can't say that with Candace. You can't say you guys are preparing to hurt Candace. That's what's happening. You guys are ramping people up so they're going to be psychos and go after Candace. Tim Pool literally decided, burping at the same time, sorry. Tim Pool decided to go on this clearly, I'll say, prearranged screaming rant about Candace, where he laid out her entire security. He laid out what her house looked like, how tall the hedges are, how many people on her security team there are. He made sure to lay it all out. He did it like, I'm just impassioned, but you told me she only has one guy, and this is that, and they have these hedges, and they don't have a fence. He was laying it all out for people. What was that? What was that? Nobody looked at it as that, but that was like a coded threat. I mean, it can just keep on going. I mean, I have to be honest, you know, and I know my biases. I always state my biases. Obviously, I like Candace more than I like Erica, but I can also see things. I'm not blind. There's more of that happening to Candace, way more than what's happening to Erica. And it, you know, it might be close. You might feel like it's close if you go on X, because there's a lot of people that don't like Erica on X. But I feel like there's more that really don't like evil. She's demonic.
Son of David, take compassion on me.
When you
Son
say
of
someone's
David,
evil
take
and demonic,
compassion.
Benny
Son of
Johnson,
David, take compassion.
you know, various people
Son of
in
David,
Turning
take
Point Faith,
compassion on me.
they go,
Son of
well, you know,
David,
you
take
can't be
compassion
a
on
good,
me.
you gotta be a good Christian. Stay away from Candace. Candace is evil and demonic. You need to stand up as Christians. What are you saying? What do you mean you need to stand up as Christians? What do you mean Rob McCoy's in front of a congregation of 1,000 people and he's explaining to everybody how dangerous she is, how dangerous Tucker is, after Andrew said that they're both on the list?
David, take compassion on me.
I don't see anybody getting on stage talking about Erica like that. I don't see it. There's a lot of videos. I'll admit, there's a lot of videos. But I don't see a lot of people getting on stage to do it, getting on news to do it, arranging interviews with Barry Weiss to do it. I don't see a lot of that on the other side of things. Anyway, just thought I'd bring that up. Jeez, that was wild, man. I'm still reeling over that light. It's crazy. What the hell? Anyway.
To arrive at the moment where everything unfolds. It feels like we're there, right? It's all coming apart at the seams. Blake's coming apart, Andrew's coming apart, influencers are dramatizing, collapsing, overwhelmed, just trying to sell this thing, right? Like, oh, what are we gonna do? Everyone, all out assault on Candace, bringing out people from the woodwork, or like, Candace took her pencil in 3rd grade and she has something to say. Bringing her on the show today. I did actually, in 3rd grade, I did erase someone's name on homework because I was afraid to not turn it. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Anyways, I hope they don't find Kathy. I did take Kathy's homework. I'd like to confess that right now. But the broader point is, what are they doing? Why are they appealing and going into the woodwork and bringing all these people out and attacking me nonstop? It feels like they're losing big time. I mean, they're getting delusional. Candace has no audience. It's over. She's crashing and burning. I mean, like, what are we talking about?
If you know how to sell on Vinted, let me show you how easy it is. Just snap a photo and list in minutes. That's it. Once it sells, the buyer covers shipping, so there's no cost for you. And with 0 selling fees, what you earn is actually yours. With millions of users and low cost for your buyers, it's easy to start selling and earning. Download Vinted and list your first item today.
Talking about, is it possible that to deal with this, they're gonna like kill Tyler, or they're gonna like make up some plan and pretend like Erica couldn't deal, she was overwhelmed, and then they're gonna go, oh, we're pinning it on Candace. Now we also have the dial back speech laws. Doesn't that seem like they're kind of setting the stage for that? All of the usual suspects coming out with something that does not pass the sniff test, because no one deals with more online attacks on a daily basis than me. Tens of millions of dollars is being spent. I am listed, me and Tucker Carlson, in the FARA docs. They're admitting it. They're not hiding it. We have to take down Tucker and Candace Owens, and we're willing to spend the money to do it. And yet, nobody makes a report and says, if Candace, anything happens, if anyone says anything about Candace, they're digital assassins. They don't put somebody else in scope.
You know, and also the thing that she brings up about Tyler, that's, I think I said that just, I don't know, a day ago, Monday, probably. You know, I was just saying this, that it seems like they're built. First off, Blake actually said it, right? It was weird. There's conflicting stories. They say that he was talking like he was gonna, you know, with his own hands, right? I mean, you know, they're saying he's talking like that, like he's gonna do it to himself, kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, it doesn't really seem that way, because in the text messages, he said, I was hoping to keep this a secret until my old age. So it's like conflicting things there. But Blake made sure to put that out there. He was talking like he was gonna, you know, off himself. right? That type of thing. And then they keep saying, Benny, Tatum, all these people, they keep saying there's this mountain of evidence. It's overwhelming. This is a case closed. This guy's going to see the maximum punishment. That's what's going to happen. It's almost like they're setting it up to where if he did exactly what the island boy did, right? The big island boy, J.E., if he did that, the story would just become he was so scared, he knew what was coming, and he just took it into his own hands. It does seem like that's the story that they're trying to build, but potentially. It just seems really, really weird. Really, really weird. So, someone said coach by candlelight. Yeah, basically. For like the next 2 hours. I gotta get a light. I hope I can get one today. I don't even know. We'll see. I might I could use these lights, but I was always taught these lights are just the worst. You can't use room lights for this type of thing. It's just not right, you know. Anyway, it does seem like that's what, it's the Ian vibe, coach. Yeah. Ian does do this a lot. Ian is like that. It is kind of like, yeah, you know what? It's true. I got the small screen here. I'm big. Yeah. I got an Ian set up right now, you know.
What gives? It feels to me like it could be the beginning of a plot. A government plot. We can't win this thing. We need to get influencers, independent journalists off of this entirely. We need a big event that allows us to crawl back speech. Think of it like 9/11. 9/11 happens, and then it's like, well, we got to take away your freedom. We got to get this bill passed immediately, take your shoes off and belts off at the airport, and now the government is allowed to spy on you because this terroristic event happened, and we're doing this for safety. I feel like that needs to be said, that people are sensing that that's their plan here, you know, to pull like, you know, Erica got harmed by someone or Erica harmed herself. And none of this would have happened in this culture of quote unquote digital assassination. And may I just state emphatically that Charlie Kirk was so opposed to this idea that speech equates to violence.
Silence is violence, speech is violence. That was the longest thing. That was always the talking points we would run with when we were going after woke culture. You know, that was the thing we would all yell about. I was yelling right at Officer Tatum back then. Not that things have changed, but I mean, the sides have definitely shifted. Yeah, it's very weird. It's what's happened. But anyway, let's move on. Guys. Let's do a 222. Perfect. All right. Let's move on to the next clip here, where she talks about Andrew Colvett speaking the truth about Bibi.
Drew and the Kairos Company and Johnny Moore. Andrew Colvett, during his crash out, was still trying to protect Bibi, but in the process admitted that I was telling the truth. I have maintained, I think since September, it might be October, I haven't changed my story once, that Andrew Colvett called me and he told me about the Hamptons. My source was Andrew Colvett. It was. I told Erica that when we met face to face, and she conceded that yes, Bibi Netanyahu did call at Bill Ackman's house. You know, her reason for Bill Ackman calling was that he was followed.
compassion on me. Son of David, take compassion on me. Son of David, take compassion on me. 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. I'll probably take it.
His house. Now, her reason for Bill Ackman calling was that he was following up on the letter that Charlie wrote him in May. That's not what Andrew Colbert told me. He told me that Bibi offered to take Turning Point to the next level, and Charlie said no. That's all he said. And Charlie said no. He also described how the Hampton Summit was like an intervention, and he also communicated to me on the Bibi front. That's all he said. But he also communicated to me that Charlie had declined to have Bibi on his show. These are things that I could not have known. I was not at the Hampton Summit, right? I was not at the Hampton Summit.
If you feel like you're spending too much money on your car insurance and you're ready to start shopping around, let Jerry help you. The customer service is amazing. I'm happy, I'm satisfied, and I'm here to encourage you to use Jerry and see what they can do for you.
I have referred my family and friends to Jerry. That's how much I trust
Jerry.
I was not at the Hampton Summit, right? I was not at
take compassion
the
on
Hampton
me. Son of
Summit.
David, take compassion on me.
So how did I know that Bibi called? If I'm not telling the truth, how did I know so early that Bibi Netanyahu called and made this phone call? How did I know that Charlie, something that only Andrew Colbert could have known, in that same phone call, that Charlie declined to have Bibi on, which demonstrates the state of Charlie's mind against Bibi. That's the Prime Minister of Israel. If Charlie was pro-Israel when he died, that'd be a pretty good guy to have on your podcast, but instead, he was relegated.
Everybody's like, truth this, truth that. Well, it ain't about the truth. It's about the narrative. If you ain't down with the narrative, you are unalive. And so you better get right with the narrative, not the truth. Everybody's like, truth this, truth that. Well, it ain't about the truth. It's about the narrative.
Party. Lit my.
To smaller influencers because Charlie didn't want to have him on. He was turning against Israel.
Now, the tweets that she reads, I missed this. I was bringing you guys all the tweets, and someone said, can I do ASMR? Maybe with this tweet. I was bringing you all the tweets, and somehow I missed this one. I can't believe I missed it. Again, this is Candace admitting she has zero proof. I asked for proof. She screams, I'll take a lie detector test. But it's important to point out what she did here. It's the logic, the psychology behind it. She gets called out, bold-faced lie, a central lie to her entire narrative. Hold on, let's just get to, yes, we politely declined to have Bibi on the podcast. So what? And yes, months later, Charlie took a call from him after he wrote him a letter. Now, Andrew says neither of these are extraordinary and neither explain her next ridiculous leap, etc., etc. Bibi offered to take Turning Point to the next level. Well, it kind of does, okay? And I lost millions or billions when Charlie declined, right? It kind of is extraordinary, and it kind of does make sense, because this is what you would do in this situation. You would make sure, okay, I am going to be on Charlie's show. There's a narrative that I need to push, so I'm going to be on his show. Charlie says no. You take that as a hint. Don't forget, and what Andrew's doing, let's talk about what he's doing, the psychology behind what he's doing, is he's framing it as just this one incident. Just Charlie just saying no, and that's nothing. But if you broaden it, and you look at what was going on at these events where Tucker was there, Josh Hammer, Dave Smith, all the text messages, people basically threatening Charlie, all of this stuff, questioning his moral character, the anger that he was showing, if you take all of that along with him saying no, it paints a different picture. Now, you take it even deeper, is that when he's at the Hamptons, where the Hamptons are supposed to be, people say like intervention, things like that, all of a sudden BB calls again. This is a temperature check. You said no. That's the first temperature check. Okay? Officer, they only spit on me once. Tatum said yes. He did the interview. It was terrible. Patrick said yes. All these different people said yes. You said no. That's strike one. Now we're going to take a call. Listen, I'll take you to the next level. Because if I can't have your loyalty naturally, like I do Tatum and all these other people, because of whatever's looming around or whatever handlers are afoot or whatever, if I can't have it like that, well, then maybe I have to have it a different way. I pull out the big guns and I say, hey, listen, I can take you guys to the next level. I have a lot of American tax dollars here. I have just a stockpile of American tax dollars. It's crazy. It's just so much. Inside this Iron Dome that I have, it's so much American taxpayer money. And I'm willing to give you a little bit of that, more than you've ever seen in your life. And then he says no. Well, then what do you do from there? He won't just be with me naturally. He's saying all these things. I'm getting word that he's saying these things because he's for sure is getting word from, maybe not directly from Ben or Josh Hammer or people in the group chat or Andrew, but he's getting the word of what Charlie's doing. He's probably seeing the clips of what Charlie's saying. So what do you do from there? I can't have you naturally. I can't buy you. It kind of is extraordinary. But again, he doesn't want that. He doesn't want people to realize all of those things at the same time, Anyway.
Welcome back to Crime Weekly News. I'm Derek Levasseur.
And I'm Stephanie Harlow.
And before we jump into it, you can see the title.
On the morning of November 8th, 1965, one of the most famous journalists in America was found dead in her Manhattan townhouse. She was propped up in bed in a bedroom she hadn't slept in for years, still in her wig, her makeup, her false eyelashes.
Oh yeah, Didi got a podcast. All right, what's up, everybody? You're gonna have to forgive me for the echo in this room. I'm on vacation. I'm out here in Florida. The heat is different out here, and I'm from Arkansas, so that says a lot. I'm not about to burn up recording outside, so I'm in the workout room. This is a really doped out Airbnb, pool table, basketball goal, inside pool, crazy. But Rode microphones aren't working properly, so you're gonna have to just bear with me. But we have to talk about this. So a couple of days ago, I did a live stream where we covered Andrew Tate. And in that video, at the very beginning, I decided to talk about this clip that I caught at the very beginning before it started to trend of this creator named Playboy Max, somebody that I kept calling Playboy Max. And I think it was a Freudian slip because he actually reminds me a lot of Playboy Cardi. It is very obvious to me that he has been heavily influenced by a person named Playboy Cardi, who is a very big musician in the world. He's another one of those guys that's supposed to be gangster, tied to a very top gang in Atlanta. But he, at one point in his career, went from being this sort of normal guy to transitioning to this sort of fluid, obviously at one point not so obvious, homosexual, zesty, really weird energy type of guy. Well, Max reminds me a lot of him. And Playboy Max first came across my timeline maybe a little bit over a year ago, when I saw a clip that went viral when he was sitting down with the rapper Lil Baby, another rapper who has came into the game sort of like this normal guy. And I'm not gonna say that he's completely transitioned like a Playboy Cardi, but Lil Baby got his moments. He's come out in weird outfits on stage. He was kind of that infamous photo at the all-white party where he was with the basketball player Kyle Kuzma and the other guy that his name is escaping me at the moment. He's like one of the industry inside leaders. But he was sitting down with Lil Baby and they were talking about how, despite the fact that Playboy Max allegedly apparently paid Lil Baby $250,000 to sit down with him, Lil Baby still refused to rap, although everybody knew that this is what Playboy Max did. He had like a rap string thing going.
They saying you scamming for saying I have a check. Yeah, because they want to see you rap, bro. So what part about it that is the scam? Because they think you don't want to rap and you're not rapping. You get what I'm saying? Well, no, but how's that a scam? Because they tell y'all come around to see me rap. Yeah, who the fuck I'm scamming? He said they just sent Jerry and what?
They just use they just using the word scam loosely. Like,
oh, they don't know it's maybe it's just like scam.
It's a bad word in it, man.
Okay, so look, right? So now I was talking about like making music on stream and shit.
Listen to this. What time is it now? 3:30. Hour and a half. Son of David, take compassion on me. Son of David, take compassion on me. Son of David, take compassion on me. Hijo de David, ten compassion por nosotros. Habashiba Koliaha. Habashiba Kaya Haniti. Inifiti Ishikibakoya. Ishikibakoya Haniti Itiya. Itiyaha. Itiyahaniti. Iti Hashibakoya Haniti Iya.
I mean, to be coming on to be rapping, but you're not rapping, so that's why they saying scam. Rap stream. Yeah, that's what I be doing. So, I ain't know that. Nah, but I told y'all before, you know what I'm saying? Like see, now you finna say that I'm scamming you. You ain't scammed me. If you don't want to rap, you don't want to rap. You don't got rap. I'm dead. You don't got rap. Never want to rap. Duh. You feel me? I'm saying you. Duh.
I thought that was a bit weird, number one, because I was like, who is this guy? I'm not as big in the world as many others, so many people probably knew about Playboy Max well before that point. What I'm questioning is, how can you afford $250,000 for a rapper to sit down with you one time, if I'm understanding this correctly? So that was already very strange to me. Anyways, they were a part of a stream. There was a part of a stream within the Streamer University hosted by Casanet. Many of you all already know what this is. And there's a clip went viral because this guy named OJ, a streamer named OJ, decided to check, and I believe he respectfully checked Playboy Max and his all of a sudden diva personality, right? His diva phase. A grown man, that being Playboy Max, is out here saying that he's a diva, he's a bad bitch, he can do what he want. He's on stream talking about why is it that twerking is not a genderless dance, and I'm stroking the ground or doing some wild nut shit or twerking. Why don't we twerk? Now that I think about it, why is twerk a gender neutral dance? Twerking is the only gender neutral dance. I'm tweaking. Just weird things. He came out on stage, which is one of the ways in which I tell you all, he's obviously inspired by the likes of a Playboy Cardi. He came out on stage in this wig, and notice that he put on the blonde wig. We've talked about what blonde hair represents, as we've seen with so many people in the industry, from the women to the men, from Eminem to Nicki Minaj, Lil Wayne, Playboy Cardi himself, Drewski, Lil Uzi Vert, Young Thug, and the list goes on. There's a reason for that. Well, they were a part of Streamer University at this place in Arkansas. Of all states, nobody ever comes to Arkansas for anything but to retire. So the fact that Connect decided to come to Arkansas was already crazy to me. But then on top of that, he decided to come to Conway, Arkansas, which is where I'm from. So I was like, that's interesting. But then when I found out where he went, it made a little bit more sense. He went to Hendrix University. Hendrix University is a private university, and it's one of the most progressive, and it has some of the most Freemasonic and occultic historical ties that a lot of people don't know about, that I found out when I was at the campus. I didn't attend the college, but I have friends that graduated from the college, and it's a lot I found out about the college once whenever I was younger, and I went to parties, and I went to study sessions on the campus. There's a lot I found out about, so it makes sense why they did that, because they're the people who are behind creating the college have Freemasonic ties, but that's a conversation for another day. Anyways, this clip has since went mega viral, and I mean it's everywhere. And what I said on my live stream is that there's no way at this point in time, unless you're super young and you're new to these things, that you think that it's a coincidence that all of these streamers either come into the game super zesty, super fruity acting, homosexual, bisexual, fluid, or at some point they switch up out of nowhere and they start doing these things on stream. Number one, there's a few reasons they're doing it. And all of it means that they sold their soul. Number one, they're doing it because they know it'll trend. That's hypocritical. What do I mean? Because most of these people are progressive, right? That is to say, they're not conservative minded, they're not biblical minded, they're not following Christ minded, regardless of what they'll say. Many of them are not, and you'll watch because you can tell by a person's fruits, right? The fruit that they bear will be able to tell you what it is that they believe and what they represent. And so what they'll do is some of them are not actually gay, very small percentage. Many of them are not willing to do things to compromise their sexuality, very small percentage, but they're willing to behave and pretend like it on camera, which is a form of selling your soul, because they're trying to get views, they're trying to click farm, they're trying to go viral. The ironic thing about that is, while also claiming to be progressive and that you can have one love, which is something that what Max was saying on camera after he was checked for pushing this diva personality, this diva mentality. He was checked by OJ, respectfully checked, as he should have been.
Why you want to be a diva? You want to be a diva? Come on. You need holy oil, right? You need to sit down in the holy oil. You need to go get a church bath and cleanse your body, right? I think you are confused. I think you need some guidance. I think your parents feel a little way about that. I think you're performing and you pushing the persona. You small, you loyal. I know what you're doing, you know what you're doing, you've been at this. But I'm not a diva. Diva's been over. I don't think you've been over. You're not the little boys in Clover. You're not Toto. You're not a diva. You are a grown man. Black boy Max. Not black boy Batty. Not black boy Are you gonna tell your son that you are a diva? Daddy, what's diva? Hey. That is an abomination, Max. I am not proud of you. I am proud of everything else you did. Abomination. Changing the game. Changing your skin to Bucky. Diva? Diva start with D. Diddy. What else? You know, it's like this, Max. You know, I could speak like this because after the clips go up and they don't like me, I don't use social media no more, so I can be a crackhead for life. When you keep pushing that barrier, Max, when you keep pushing that barrier, and time passes, what happens? What next? What's the next engagement? What's the next clip? Don't lose yourself, don't sell your soul, Max. They want your soul, because you changed the game. Don't sell your soul. You know I have a soul.
The BMW Ultimate Sales Event has arrived at Global Imports BMW. Enjoy limited time lease and finance offers on the 2026 BMW.
You need to understand that for them, this isn't a war from 10 years ago. It's not a war from 20 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago. This war is 2,000 years old, and they'll stop at nothing to get it. They're willing to go to the most extreme and drastic measures at the expense of countless lives. And the American people, as always, will be left with the bill. Folks, welcome back to The Narrative with me, your host, Will Sexton, the host with the most and the most armed minority groups. Folks, with New York City Mayor Mamdani threatening to arrest Netanyahu on war crime charges, with Ben Shapiro losing his mind basically daily, and constant just...
This is the last one.
Is heading towards a very, very dark place. A place defined by two words that seem to be on everybody's mind. Ground invasion. It's undeniable that at this point the only way in which a war against Iran could possibly be waged or even remotely won is via a ground invasion a la the Iraq War. We all know this. I think everyone is aware at this point of where this war is going to have to go. We've reached a point in which bombing Iran isn't really working anymore. Iran is far too mountainous, far too large. I mean, Pickaxe Mountain alone, something that Donald Trump has been positioning himself towards attacking, holds a nuclear facility so deep that even our bunker-busting bombs couldn't reach it. I mean, this is a country that is heavily fortified as it's been preparing for this war for the past 50 years. And so with such impossible odds, it begs a great question. Why even do it? At this point, we all know it's on behalf of the state of Israel. I've spoken before in several videos about the Yannan plan and the clean break, all these different wars that we have fought on behalf of Israeli interests. But Iran is the final boss of the Middle East, if you will. It is the most powerful, most armed, and most threatening of every single state in the Middle East. It has to be remembered that Iran, this is not an Arab state. And that's not me disparaging Arab states. I love Arab states. I mean, come on. You see the background, you know? I got the little Fairuz. You guys are always commenting on that. But let's be real. The Arab identities of the Middle East are fairly recent creations. I mean, Jordan, what even is that? It's named after the Jordan River, but the whole Jordan River isn't even in Jordan. The thing about Arabs is that the people are older. The people are an ancient people, but the actual state polities, they don't really represent the Arab people. I mean, that any of them would tell you, and they're not that old. But Iran, vastly different story. Before we get into all that, be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell to get notified anytime I make a new post, and leave a comment down below on what you want to hear about next. But With all that being said, Iran is a unified country that has a history going all the way back to biblical times as that polity. While it's expanded a little bit and subtracted a little bit, it's largely stayed the same area. And the Iranians, they truly see their civilization as an extension of the ancient Iranian civilization, something that really all of our countries have, making it an actual threat. Strong, militant loyalism. There's not a lot of factionalism going on. These are people who are devout in their patriotism, nationalism, and defense of the state. And while that may make it sound like I'm making them seem like zealots, I'm really not. This is basically the status quo of any country on earth. But all of this begs the question, if that's the state of Iran, if that's how they view themselves, how does Israel view themselves? Because Israel is also a young country. It's actually younger than a lot of the Arab states. So by the logic I'm proposing here, Israel would be very weak. It wouldn't have a solid identity. But that's not exactly...
Glory to God in the highest. Hallelujah, Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Take compassion on us. Son of David, take compassion. I got a Jaguar, I got a Benz, I got a Mercedes. I said that already. I don't need no hookups. I appreciate it. I appreciate the offer, because I'm already hooked up. I got a Corvette, I got a Jaguar, I got a Benz, I got a Mercedes. I said that.
Pardon. Look, man, I'm a U.S. citizen, bro.
If your poop always sticks to the toilet bowl, you need CMOS.
I appreciate the offer, because I'm already hooked up. I got a Corvette, I got a Jaguar, I got a Benz, I got a Mercedes. I said that already. I don't need no hookups.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for the like.
I appreciate the offer,
Watch this.
because
I
I'm
just
already
made this.
a Corvette.
To a tweet going around from a channel favorite, Mark Levin, a man so bloodthirsty for
I don't
war
need no
in
hookups. I
Iran that
appreciate
even
it.
the finest of the ED medication that sponsors me sometime wouldn't do it
I
for
appreciate
him.
the offer,
In a quote
because
tweet from
I'm
one
already hooked up. I got a Corvette.
So basically, this lady or maybe a lady man, somebody like that, asked me if I was down for a hookup, and I just made this video and tagged them in it. But then I'm gonna send it to him. So
I got
it's
a
pretty
Mercedes.
funny.
I said that already. I don't need no hookups. I appreciate it.
Here we go. No. Why did it do that? Where's the video? Oh, okay, I get it. I gotta go out. Go out. You come back in. That's how you gotta do it. Definitely won't.
I appreciate the offer, because I'm already hooked up. I got a Corvette. I got a Jaguar.
I'll send it to him later. Go do this job right now.
Erwin Glick, that is the International Affairs Advisor to the Prime Minister of Israel. Miss Glick here tweeted out that Prime Minister Netanyahu may be the punching bag of the envious, but he will be remembered thousands of years, hence as Israel's greatest leader. And our favorite, supposed American patriot, Mark Levin, says, agree 100%. Now, why does this matter? All of this matters because it showcases where Israel is at, how they view themselves. It needs to be understood by people, okay? There's this leftist understanding that Israel is settler colonialism, which I understand the argument. These are people coming from the outside, settling in. That's true. But settler colonialism implies this idea of a new state, of something being built. And while that is the physical reality of the state of Israel, that is not the identitarian reality of the state of Israel, because it needs to be stated clearly. These people believe themselves truly in their heart of hearts to not only be a distinct group from every ethnicity, every group in the world, they believe the struggle for sovereignty over the land of Israel, what's called Eretz Yisrael, as being 5,000 years old. They view themselves as the pure continuation of a people from biblical times. They view this fight as one that is ordained by God. I've gotten a lot of questions about what seems to be radicalism from these people, and let me make it very clear. These are
Summer's here, and right now get 0% financing for 5 years on all 2026 Silverado 1500 models with no payments for 90 days.
We have new information about Nolan Wells. A new video that was released to TMZ shows Nolan Wells at Horn Island doing something else. We will have to get into this video. The funeral for Nolan Wells just happened. At this point in time, that independent autopsy has not been released. It is supposed to be released on Wednesday. We'll have to stay tuned for that. But I think we need to dive into some other questions here. Now, you know my girl Nancy Grace. Nancy, I was waiting for her to dive into this. If you've never watched Nancy Grace, you guys know how Nancy can be. Nancy Grace is weighing in on some of this with Nolan Wells. I want to play what she said. Then I'm going to give you the update about that independent autopsy and that video that was just released with TMZ. For those who are not aware, Nolan Wells went with a group of friends to Horn Island off the coast of Mississippi there. Nolan Wells was found dead. The report was that he drowned. He did not get back on the boat with the friends. The friends said he stayed behind to talk to the girl. The girl said he got on the boat to go with the friends. They both can't be telling the truth. Listen to what Nancy said here. This is interesting.
F you. Okay. What do we know? And Caitlin Becker joining us in New York Post. Who is this mysterious friend girl? Because I want to talk to her.
I want to talk to her too, Nancy. The video is tough. The Snapchat is really tough because you do clearly hear an angry altercation. There is the assumption that we're working off of that it is Nolan. However, a few other friends have confirmed it's not Nolan. There's actually someone who said it was me, not him. So you have someone coming forward saying that is not him on the video. So then did no altercation actually take place, or is someone jumping in saying that's me to misdirect or to redirect us from looking at it? That's the one question. The other question that you asked is who's the girl? Her name is apparently, allegedly, Katie. That's kind of all we know, just Katie. Someone purporting to be related to Katie went on social media, and this is not something that they've been able to confirm, nor have investigators confirmed it. But according to this person, Katie said, we met, we talked,
Glad they gave me a light.
This time I think TMZ is doing a better job than the police are with this. This new video from the day Nolan Wells went missing might reveal the first clues about who he was with during the last hours of the Horn Island 4th of July party. So here we go. I'll let it play all the way through and then I'll go back to it. And they're slowing it down right there.
43. 43? That's really bad. But it is what it is.
Now, I also want to tell you guys, for those who are not aware, it was, announced, we pause it there, that there were over 300 people on the island that day. So you mean to tell me out of 300 people, no one saw anything happen to Nolan on that island? But now we have this video. So let's go and bring in this right here. The arrow shows right here, allegedly Nolan. Okay, that makes sense because that looks like the shorts that he had on in the picture. Now, I'm looking at this boat. Is this the same boat that he came on with his friends? Were Nolan and his friends on this boat? There is a guy right here. I wish I could zoom in, but I can't. Right there. See over here at the boat, follow my cursor? See the guy standing right here? Okay? All right, now let's look at the south of the boat. If we look at the southern end of the boat, we'll see it looks like there are two people right here, maybe female. So it might have been multiple people on this boat. The point that I'm trying to make is this. If that is Nolan Wells, and this is a different boat, who are these people? Because right here it looks like two women. Let's see who the guy is. Someone said in the chat they're saying the guy is Katie's dad. I don't know for sure, but something isn't right, guys. If that's Nolan Wells, there he is on a boat. So if he's on a boat, remember they said the cause of death was drowning. Did he fall off the boat? But if he fell off the boat, Nolan knew how to swim. So I need someone to help me understand the drowning part, okay? How do you drown if you know how to swim? I go back to the Murdoch case in South Carolina. The reason why Mallory drowned was because she had blunt force trauma to the head. Mallory knew how to swim, but when the boat crashed, she was thrown out of the boat. Her head hit, those beams from the pier. Her head hit one of those beams, threw her backward into the water, and that's how she drowned, because she had blunt force trauma. How do you drown if you know how to swim? And that's the part nobody really answered. But they said, oh, it looked like you reported he drowned. But how did you drown if you know how to swim? Some people in the comments were saying alcohol. Alcohol. You can drown if you're under the influence of alcohol. Some people are saying stabbed. I mean, I don't know, guys. But there he is on a boat. And I'm looking at people in the water. Let's look through it again. There's people there in the water. Yeah, I mean, like I told you, it's not like there weren't many people there. They said there were over 300 people there that day. So if this is Nolan here, if that is Katie's dad, if we know for sure or not, I don't know. But if that is Katie's dad, what happened to Nolan after he left this boat? Also, when we're talking about drowning, you see all these people.
Okay.
Guys, am I alone in this? You see all the people in the water? So you mean to tell me someone drowns and someone falls in the water and no one sees it? He's not alone. There's plenty of people there.
Where is he?
So what happened? We don't know.
Nobody. It's a mystery.
Yeah, Vamp says the whole thing doesn't add up. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Wayne said no.
I appreciate the offer, because I'm already hooked up. I got a Corvette, I got a Jaguar, I got a Benz, I got a Mercedes. I said that already. So I don't need no hookups. I appreciate it. No, hold on, it's not there. It's right there. No, I appreciate.
I haven't eaten breakfast yet, and I found this cookie on this post outside the shop.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm 50% sure that I left. It's irrigation season!
All for the gram. Bitches love the gram.
Oh, wait, shit.
I don't need no brakes. Roxanne. All for the gram.
Where to go is this?
Yes, I'm single.
Time to unbox my brand new 8.
A lot of people celebrate the 4th of July.
Time to unbox.
A lot of people celebrate the 4th.
All for the gram.
Okay, the well motor started, which is what I want for birthday. This is not.
You said I was tip.
Don't tell your dreams to everybody around. Only the way I because of you, I like bad guys.
I appreciate the offer, because I'm already hooked up. I got a Corvette, I got a Jaguar, I got a Benz.
When they got back on the boat, they went to a house.
That's awesome. It's a normal human. No mentions. Not.
I look pretty when I'm petty. Got my glow up looking dilly.
Same girl.
We're fucked. AI music is taking over households, the woods, even McDonald's. Just take a look. That last clip was some BlackwaterBilly.com guy, and now this no-faced AI artist is literally glitching the world out. I mean, just, yeah. We're fucked. AI music is taking over households, the woods, even McDonald's. Just take a look. That last clip was some BlackwaterBilly.com guy, and now this no-faced AI artist is literally glitching the world out. I mean, just, yeah.
Backwoods 808, got the whole woods glitched out.
We're fucked. AI music is taking over households, the woods, and McDonald's. Just take a look. That last clip was some BlackwaterBilly.com guy, and now this no-faced AI artist is literally glitching the world out. I mean, just, yeah.
Backwoods 808, got the whole woods glitched out.
We're fucked. AI music is taking over households, the
Chain, all ghosting, ride heavy on the soles of my work boots, tracing out the stagnant boots, reflecting eyes that shouldn't be there. Coming loud with the sideway grin, like I asked for your parade. Talking big in a borrowed tone, like you built what I done made. No, that chatter down the road. Hey, that mountain go pussy foot. Backwoods filled up his gobble. Bitchin' took you for a ride.
We're fucked. AI music is taking over households, the woods, even McDonald's. Just take a look. We're fucked. AI music is taking over households.
Party. Two of the guys beat him with a pole, put him back on.
Wake him up!
The boat drove back and dumped
Okay, what
him.
we're looking at.
Yeah, I was also told that video of
Let's go
them
get a
in
drink.
the pool. I was also told that was AI, that wasn't real. So I don't even know. That has not been confirmed. I haven't heard the parents confirm that either. But the parents are speaking. I want to show you the funeral already happened. Now remember, the autopsy hasn't been released yet. The independent autopsy hasn't been released. They decided.
Hey. Down the street. Cool. All right. Huh? God bless you, and I love you. And I'll be there in a minute. Be there in a minute. Alright, love you. Talk to you in a minute. Peace. Bye.
With the autopsy there as well. Of course, Colin Kaepernick has this organization where they can do these independent autopsies. But from what I understand, it's supposed to be released on Wednesday. We'll see, what the independent autopsy says. I don't know, you guys. This one to me is really weird. Just when I saw all those people around, I'm like, how did he drown? How could this kid have drowned with all those people?
They ain't got no story.
I don't know. And why are we just seeing that video of Nolan on that boat now? Also, another thing that was revealed a couple days behind here, but was that the boys that he rode there with, that boat had some technical difficulties when they were trying to leave. And so they had the boat, a GPS tracker showed the boat went.
Got clothes you want to declutter? Let me show you how easy it is to list them on Vinted. I've got a rule. If I buy a new jacket, one has to go. So I list it on Vinted. Just snap a photo and list in minutes. Easy, right? Once it sells, the buyer covers shipping, so there's no cost for you. And with zero selling fees, you keep everything you earn. Millions of users and low cost for your buyers. It's easy to start selling and earning.
Good. I'm probably the most worried I've been since since about the first time we've ever spoken.
I agree.
Yeah, same for you, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all common sense is kind of out the window, so I don't see a good way that this is gonna...
You just got muted by accident, I think. You're muted. Yeah, you don't think there's any good way for this to end, yeah, by the looks of it?
Short of him just leaving, no, I don't. That's kind of been my advice the entire time, but like the way this keeps amping up and the things that Israel is saying, I think is really concerning. This whole Pickaxe Mountain thing, and I mean, just out of military options as well.
Yeah, talking about Israel. So first, how you keep saying, for the US to get out of the region. Well, today, you've got the president of another country in the region in the White House. And last week, or 2 weeks ago, you had another president of another country in the region, Syria, sitting and spending time with Trump. So it doesn't look like you guys are leaving the region anytime soon.
We can't help ourselves. Like we I don't know why, but we are.
Well, there's another report of another country trying to get a meeting with the president that's struggling, and that's Israel. You know that Netanyahu had a trip to the US that got rescheduled. Then he had a Fox News interview in the morning that got rescheduled or cancelled. And a report came out today, I think from Israeli media, that J.D. Vance is the person standing in the way between Trump and Netanyahu. And he's the one trying to prevent Trump from meeting Netanyahu. I don't know if that report is true, but at least what's true is that Netanyahu hasn't been able to get a meeting with Trump for a while now.
I don't necessarily believe that report. I think if President Trump wanted to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu, he would meet with him. It wouldn't be an issue. You know, and the VP, I don't think is going to be the one that's going to stand in the way. Now, obviously, the Israelis are mad at J.D. Vance for the things that he said, the correct things that he said publicly during the MOU negotiations. So I think that probably has more to do with trying to throw some shade on the vice president. And then the Israelis like playing this game, I think, where they'll leak things like this to the media, and they kind of want to see who their friends are and who comes out to defend. And they like the internal strife. But I think if the president wanted to meet with Netanyahu, there would be a meeting.
Yeah, well, J.D. Vance's communications director has denied the claims. They've denied the claims whether it's true or not. But I don't know, maybe because J.D. Vance, so if Trump was to meet Netanyahu, he would, but J.D. Vance might be putting obstacles in the way. You find that also hard to believe?
I find that hard to believe. I mean, if President Trump wanted the meeting to happen, the vice president would know that, and he just wouldn't block it. I just don't see the vice president doing that. This seems to me like more, you know, people that are further down the food chain that are trying to have a fight by leaking to the media than anything else. But at the end of the day, if President Trump wanted to meet with Netanyahu, it would just happen.
Talking about Vance, did you see his interview on Joe Rogan?
I did, yeah.
Anything interesting out of it? Anything new?
Well, I mean, I think the way that he kind of calls out the media game that's being played in the U.S. media, just the campaign that the Israelis have ran there to buy influence and to put things out that's more pro-war of Iran, more pro-Israel in general. I was glad to hear him just bring that all out as the second most powerful man in the world, bring it out probably on the biggest podcast in the world. I think it's important stuff for people to actually hear and to start to, you know, just internalize when they look at the games that are being played in the media.
Yeah. On the war front, it's looking pretty bad. Like we're talking about Israel. 2 reports came out of Israel in the last half an hour. One of them is from Channel 12. Israeli military has raised its state of alert to its highest level as the likelihood of escalation with Iran has increased significantly. That's Channel 12. And then you got Channel 14. The chance of renewed conflict with Iran has increased by 50%. Increased by 50%. That's instead of increased to 50%, increased by 50%, according to a senior Israeli security official. Also, there's a report here of, see if I can find it. Israeli media has been on overdrive for the last 3-4 days. Netanyahu held an overnight security meeting lasting 5.5 hours, ending around, you saw that one, yeah, ending about 1:38. Following the meeting, Smotrich, that's interesting. Okay, that's bizarre. Following the meeting, Finance Minister Smotrich said Israel has no interest in joining the limited US-Iran confrontation, calling the current situation the most favorable outcome for Israel. Smotrich added that Israel's long-term objective remains the collapse of the Iranian government through sustained economic pressure, warning that Iran would regret it if it attacked Israel. And I think that statement is not the full statement, because I think he did say that. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, there it is. No, so there's more to it. Then Israeli Channel 12 said the following: Israel's security cabinet spent 6 hours yesterday discussing possible escalation scenarios. During the meeting, Netanyahu stepped out to speak by phone with Marco Rubio. A senior Israeli official said, quote, "Our interest in joining the campaign depends entirely on its objectives. We don't want to enter another conflict only to be told to stop after a few days." Israel's political leadership has been informed that based on Israeli assessments, Trump has not made a final decision, but is leaning towards imposing a heavy price on Iran. The potential for escalation has increased. Yes, so it's interesting. Smotrich said we don't want to be part of a war. The status quo is good. But then you've got another Israeli official there telling Channel 12 that they don't want another war that will be stopped in a few days. In other words, they want to go in and just, as they say, finish the job. And then you've got Channel 13 and Channel 12 and Channel 14 talking about the risk of the likelihood of escalation, of going back into full-blown wars increased drastically. So, and that's just today, yes?
Madison Bay, Florida.
Today and day before has been very similar reporting coming out of Israel.
There are 2 possibilities for
What do you
Madison
think?
Bay, Florida. There's the
Well,
Madison
it makes
Bay
me
apartment
pretty
complex in
concerned.
Jacksonville, located on
The
Big
language
Bend
that's
Road. Alternatively, you might be thinking of Madison, a historic town in the Big Bend region, which has a state park.
That's awesome. Straight.
was using, this is challenging because did he say it in Hebrew in the translation, and we're kind of parsing words here. He, you know, the way that I read it, he said that Israel didn't want to be part of the constrain or the contain American conflict, as in he didn't like the parameters that we had put on it tit for tat with the Straits of Hormuz, but did the same. So he says that publicly, which is kind of weird. If that's your stance after your cabinet meeting, why come out and say that publicly, especially when, you know, there's already like kind of a dicey relationship that we're having right now with Israel, but they still want our support. So he says that publicly, and then the Israelis leak to the Wall Street Journal that Pickaxe Mountain is where all the highly enriched uranium is being stored, you know, implying that they got the highly enriched uranium out of the 3 sites that we bombed, and now it's all at Pickaxe Mountain. So they leaked that at the same time. I get nervous with that, and then what we talked about last time I was on your show last week when you had Netanyahu winking and nodding about, oh yeah, I went and I visited the textile facility in Dimona, basically saying that, like, yeah, we still have this nuclear capability. It's the first time he's brought it up in quite some time. And like we talked about last time I was on the show, the more you play out the military scenarios, if you have to have a military solution and your goal is like the Israelis, and that is to have the regime completely crumble. And we want, basically, the president's even saying, you know, he wants Iran basically to give us everything that we want. They're not going to do that. And so I think what they've done with this messaging coming out of the cabinet meeting and saying, like, we don't want to be part of the American campaign, I believe that have given us plausible deniability. That way, if they were to go and they were to use a nuclear weapon, potentially on Pickaxe Mountain or somewhere else, they've made a public statement that we can point back to. We can be like, hey, we didn't know the Israelis were going to do that. You know, that wasn't us, that was the Israelis. That's my big concern, especially as much as we keep talking about Pickaxe Mountain. This has always been my concern too, with the president being kind of boxed into a corner where he has to forever chase the enriched uranium. The nuclear dust, because, like, look, it's buried under a lot of rubble. Could the Iranians get it out eventually someday? Yeah, maybe, but then you always go back to the scenario where, like, it can never be bombed away. You actually have to go and physically occupy the ground. So it's like this objective that you will forever chase that will lock you into a war. So that, and the fact that we, you know, like we talked about last time, we got in the MOU because there was no military solution, and now we're out of the MOU and we're trying to reapply military tools. Between that and what's going on with the Houthis, I think the president's going to have a very constrained timeline because of the energy crisis, and he's going to lean heavily on the military, who really, short of boots on the ground or something, you know, crazy that the Israelis might do, he's kind of out of a lot of options.
Okay, why did nobody teach me that when you get a credit card, you're actually not supposed to spend the entire balance? When I got a card with a $2,000...
You know what is beautiful? A simple life. In a world obsessed with more money.
Heute zeige ich euch, wie ich die...
Think about you.
Credit limit, I thought I was actually supposed to use it. Turns out a big part of how good your credit is depends on how much you're actually using. It wasn't until I tried this credit building app called Kickoff that I saw how much my high utilization was holding my credit back, how to break through. There is no credit checks.
Options.
You know, you've mentioned a lot of good points. All right, so the Pickaxe Mountain, that's bizarre. It just came out of nowhere in the last couple of days. So Wall Street Journal, Israeli intelligence, of course, believes Iran moved thousands of uranium enrichment centrifuges into tunnels beneath Pickaxe Mountain last autumn after US and Israeli strikes damaged the country's main nuclear facilities. The report said Israel shared the intelligence with the US and has urged Washington to intensify military operations against Iran's... Lisa, can you show Pickaxe Mountain? If you don't mind, the picture we've shown before, against Iran's nuclear program. Trump has previously described Pickaxe Mountain as a potential target for US strikes. And some people are claiming that what this means is that Iran may still be enriching, by the way, under Pickaxe Mountain. So some people are looking at it saying Iran is currently enriching uranium under Pickaxe Mountain. Others are saying this is Israel coming up with a new excuse to continue the war. I'm leaning in that direction too. This is Pickaxe Mountain, and the reason I want to show it is I'll tell you in a second. Trump, in his meeting with, while having a press conference after or before his meeting with the Lebanese president, said, we will absolutely attack the news sites talking about Pickaxe Mountain. Let me go to the question. The question says, do you believe that Iran has moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe? Material, best way the action is
and we'll be hitting that area very probably pretty soon. There's not much they can do about it. Normally, I wouldn't say that. I thought they would do something about it. I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon and very heavily. We will absolutely attack the new site they're talking about, Pickaxe Mountain. They're in this because of nuclear weapons, and they're trying to reconstitute a nuclear site. We'll hit that site. Any site where they're even thinking about nuclear weapons will hit very, very powerfully. And I was looking today, so one of my guests did mention to me that Mario, tactical nuke cannot destroy Pickaxe Mountain. I'm like, there's no way. Let me check that. It's actually true. It is so freaking deep that a tactical nuke, now I don't know if there's different degrees of how powerful a nuke is, maybe multiple nukes, I'm not an expert, but I researched if a tactical nuke could destroy the facilities, it could cause damage different ways depending how it's built, but it won't destroy it. And that's the tactical nuke, putting aside bunker busters, which have...
Bullshit, dude. I spent $6 making this fucking crappy ass video. It's supposed to get 1 million plays. In 3 hours, nobody's watching this shit. I need you to get in there and comment. No pictures, stop! Hey, get out of here!
Once you stop at racetrack,
Same time tomorrow?
no other stop will do.
Oh, yeah.
You may remember me from this video where I told you about 40,000 of these things that your tax dollars pay for that are tracking your every move and repurposing data collected about you every time that you drive past them. Upon further investigation, it turns out that there are over 80,000 of them, and we got some and we hacked them. You can press a button a few times on the back of these cameras, and within a few...
I want you to watch something. This is the FBI's own surveillance footage of the man they say assassinated Charlie Kirk. He allegedly just fired a roughly 4-foot, 10-pound bolt-action rifle from this rooftop. Now, watch him jump down and run. Where's the gun? Still don't see it? Neither does anyone else. The FBI has never released footage that clearly shows their suspect carrying the weapon. And somehow, that's not even the biggest problem with this story, because the bullet they pulled from Charlie's neck doesn't match the gun. The confession everyone keeps talking about? Tyler Robinson never confessed to a single person with a badge. Every so-called admission came from one...
More than one stop after dark, yeah. When they said it's getting late in here, so I'm sorry, young man, there's no skating here. So we kick, push, come. More than one stop after dark, yeah. When they said it's getting late in here, so.
That's my...
Hey. Chillin'. This girl from Florida asked me to marry her. Yeah. Right, I told her that my daddy would take away my trust fund if I got married. And then she said, well, how long is he gonna live? I said, well, he's got it in the will, but he's 500 years old right now, so he's probably gonna live another 600 years at least. That's funny, ain't it?
Yeah, it's pretty funny, man.
Yeah, she's... You know what's crazy is I had a dream a couple nights ago that this was gonna happen, that the hose was gonna come out the woodwork, trying to the hoes was gonna come out the woodwork trying to get with me.
You crazy, bro.
Yeah.
You're such a nut.
And right, and the dream was like, this girl kept like pushing up on me, you know, and following me around, and I was like, hey, you know, you need to quit, because my wife is like Sasquatch, so she'll eat your whole, forget about your lunch, she'll eat everything you got just to keep her man. So you better just back up. But the girl just kept coming. And then the next day I was like, I think that's a warning dream. And then what happens? Then they one of them already started on me. She said something about Madison, Florida. And
Madison, Florida.
Something like that.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm not really sure where that is, but I probably...
Which is interesting, because when we was in the dream, I was on a boat. And something happened, and I like helped a girl, and then she was like, oh, I like you. And I was like, oh, you back? You better watch out. Sasquatch's gonna eat you.
Uh-oh.
Who's that right there? Who's that?
That's a girl that got arrested.
I thought so. What'd she get arrested for?
I'm not really sure.
She looked like she probably busted a bottle on somebody's head. Said,
yeah, probably what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to do a battle. I'm gonna see if I can do a battle. I got 3 people in my room.
All right.
Nah, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to do all this crazy stuff.
Well, I'll give you the locks.
Oh, okay. Well,
to do the
that
battle.
works.
I ain't got no money.
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Weird night. You feeling more awake now?
Yeah, I'm more awake now. Yes, sir. I was sleepy, and I still don't feel that awake, but it's what it is.
Yeah.
Just trying to do it one day at a time, I seen a bunch of deer walking. When I was driving home, when I was leaving home, there's like a whole herd of them, and they're getting big. Like, I remember like a couple of months ago, they were all small, and now they're getting tall and big. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was talking to a deer one time, and the daddy said,
oh, yeah.
and I was like, I ain't got no beef with you. He said, yeah, but I got beef with y'all because y'all be shooting at us.
Yeah, that's right.
But I don't shoot at them.
Sean, what's up, dude? What's happening, Sean? Hope you're doing good this morning. You got that German Shepherd. Sean lives in Los Angeles, and he used to live in Florida, but now he lives in Los Angeles. And he got a big German Shepherd, a big German Shepherd puppy. Yeah.
I like German Shepherds. They're good dogs.
Oh, yeah, they're good dogs. What kind of dog you got, Brian?
I got 3 dogs. I got
you got 3 dogs?
Yeah, one is half pit bull, half coyote.
No.
Yeah. My dog runned off and got with a coyote.
Really?
Yep. And now...
Oh, no. Man, what kind? I'd like to see what that looks like. What kind? Is it really?
Yeah, he looks like a brown, happy boy.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
But when the coyotes come around, he gets crazy. He starts howling.
Oh, there he does.
He can smell them, you know. He can smell them like a half mile away. Wow. He's like, that's my daddy. Daddy, where you at, Daddy?
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Oh, wow, that's wild. I've always had
And I got a little part pit bull, part maybe some kind of little terrier. So she looks like a little short pit bull.
Oh, wow.
And then I got one that looks like the dog on the Wizard of Oz. Toto.
Oh, really? And I bet that's your wife's dog.
Yeah, he's smart. He's the smartest. He's 15 years old.
Oh, wow. 15 years old.
Yep. So he's ornery, but he's real smart. He knows, let's see, probably about 8-9 years ago, and then all his whole life before that, I used to ride skateboards, and he would run next to me. And
oh, really?
Yep.
Oh,
and
wow.
if a car was coming, I would say car, and he would move over in the grass, take a pee, and then once the car was gone, he'd just take off running with me again. He was super smart. He's still smart.
Cool.
He's a funny guy. He likes to wrestle. He won't eat food unless you pretend like you're trying to get his food.
Really?
Unless it's a snack. He eats snacks. He loves snacks. But
Do you own any cats?
I've had a lot of cats, but the owls always get them.
The owls get them?
Yep, the owls get the cats.
What?
Yep,
There must be some big owls.
they are big. We had an owl that was like almost as big as me. As Screech. That was I think it was a screech owl. I'll be right back. I gotta answer the phone. Hey. Yeah, I am. Huh? Cool. Can't wait till you get here. I love you. Okay, God bless you. Okay, peace. Bye.
I watched some good movies and now are not so good. Kind of boring, but
I did let's see, on YouTube, I did 11 hours worth of living on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can go live on YouTube?
Yeah, I've been doing YouTube videos for a long time. So,
There you go.
and now I got 2 phones, so I can, like, I'm live right now on YouTube. It's called,
You're live right now on YouTube?
yep, right now, just sitting here talking to you.
You got enough subscribers to go live on YouTube? Well, that's a pretty good deal, man.
All you gotta have is 100. But I got it over 1,000. I don't know how many.
No, you have to have 1,000 subscribers to go live on YouTube, Brian. That's what I heard.
I don't think it's like that anymore, because I got,
Yes, it is.
it may be, but I got 1,000. So,
Well, I didn't even know you had. Well, that's cool, man. I get. Okay, when I have seen your YouTube channel, but I don't. You probably got more than one channel, don't you?
right, yeah, the one I got that I'm live on.
I actually didn't see your channel. I saw something related to you with your videos.
Right. So yeah, I got a Brian Anderson one. It's got like 100 and something followers. I've only had it like a couple of months. But I got Comedy Zap. Comedy Zap. So I've had that one for about 12 years. So
Oh, really?
yeah. So I got 1,000.
Have you ever actually gone to a comedy club and done a stand-up act? Like
Yes.
a comedy act?
Yeah, I have. It's fun. Yeah.
Like on open mic night or something? Or
Open mic night is the hardest one because most everybody there is a comedian and they all don't want you to do good
Yeah, but-
because
Now, you've been in show business a lot, right? Like, you worked in the show business.
I've done a lot of plays and comedy sketches.
I remember one time you was talking about you were doing some kind of tour and some like a whiskey was a sponsor.
That was a
or
breakdance thing. I was on tour breakdancing.
And that was in what, like the 80s or 90s
No,
or what?
that was let's see, 2007 till 2000 and so it's probably till about 2012.
What? What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I was on tour with Jack Daniels. I had Jack Daniels coming out my ears.
You did? Oh, that's not good.
It was free though. So,
It was free. Wow.
Yeah. So they would. Here's what I had. Here's what my job was. So we'd get on a bus, and I would hand out beers to everybody on the bus. That was my job, part of it. Not really, but I just did that for fun. And then we'd go to some cities like Tampa or anywhere. We went all over the country. And then we would throw an art show. It's called Arts, Beats, and Lyrics. And yeah, so my job when we got there was to battle any breakdancers that show up. So first thing
Did
you
they
do.
ever show up? Did
Oh
they
yeah,
play
all the
ever?
time, yeah.
Okay, so I need to ask you a question, Brian. What was that thing where you was hanging out with all them rappers?
That was all those rappers were on the tour. And this one rapper, he unalived a year ago. And and then so his brother was throwing a festival in his honor.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, pretty cool. So
What was it? Was it like in a bar or a restaurant?
it was in a market place.
Was it, oh, in a market? Okay, so it wasn't like in a club or anything?
They didn't have I've been to a bunch of clubs, so sometimes I'm at clubs, but let's see. The last thing I did, there wasn't no rappers there, but it was in a bar. And I'll be August the 5th, I'll be in a bar that night, but it's kind of a restaurant. It's a warehouse that has a whole bunch of restaurants in it, and it has a bar. And yeah, so we throw a breakdance competition there once a month. Or dance, maybe regular dance, sometimes other dances.
Have you ever heard of somebody called Kodak Black?
Yeah. He's dead.
He what?
He's unalive, ain't he?
No.
He's still alive?
Kodak Black. Yeah, he's still alive.
Okay. I heard of him. He's in the Illuminati. Yeah.
He's in the Illuminati. They're
Well, there's
all
this.
in the Illuminati.
Yeah, they all are. That's true. Most of them.
Everybody is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. I wonder if Caesar's going to go. What is Caesar up to?
He probably had to work. He probably.
Yeah, he probably had to work. That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His schedule's crazy. He's got one day he works in the morning, some next day he works at night. So.
I don't know.
Kodak Black's from Florida, right?
Yeah.
Miami.
Like that.
I think Miami.
Yeah.
Somebody got his brother or somebody got unalived. I can't remember, but I remember something.
Oh man, so many people got unalived. It's not even funny, man. Mr. Coolio, Julio got unalived. Man, so many people, man. Have you ever heard of a guy named 1090 Jake on YouTube? You probably never heard of that.
I ain't never seen him. Is he a rapper?
No, he's a guy that does YouTube videos. He does blogging, and he talks about like different culture things. But he talks about Florida, like a lot of Florida stuff, the Florida prison system.
Wow.
I don't know. He probably not pertinent, probably not part of your interest, but he talks about a lot of rappers. This guy that lived in Jacksonville, he got unalived in the parking lot. Like 5 people come up on him, or 4 people. No, it's probably like 5 people come up on him and took him out. It was about 4 years ago or 3 years ago. It's all kind of.
It's the ego that'll get you. Because if you get egotistical around people that are harmful, then they will harm
Now you're right. Yeah, right.
you. So
See, yeah, you've been around the block. So how was church tonight?
it was good. Yeah, we talked about Leviathan and
I talked about Leviathan.
yeah, because he's gonna come out of the sea soon. I can't
That's
wait.
what it says. That's what it says.
I can't wait to see the two witnesses. If somebody tries to unalive them, then they'll have fire come out of their eyes, or a laser beam or something. That's gonna be cool. I can't wait to see that.
You're gonna have fire come out of their eyeballs, and they're gonna unalive the two witnesses.
Yep, but it's gonna take 3.5 years before they can do it.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna make everybody mad.
Well, we getting closer and closer.
Yeah, that's fine.
The Illuminati gonna take over is what it is.
Yep, that's right. They're gonna take over.
The Illuminati is gonna just rule the world and control the world. Nah, I don't need to talk about it.
Yeah, they are though. I mean, did you hear what happened today? The House of Representatives and the America government, the national government, they signed a bill that says that we and Israel will merge militaries.
I don't know. I ain't heard about that.
Yeah, this is not good. That's gonna make it really bad.
I don't know about that stuff.
Yep, and they signed the bill. It passed. All but 6 Republicans voted for it, and then there was like 24 Democrats that voted for it. But yep.
I need to look that up. I know.
Yeah.
I heard they're doing more strikes in Iran and all kind of stuff like that.
True. I gotta run, and God bless you, and I'll see you soon.
All right.
Peace, brother.
All right. Catch you later.
Oof. Hello. Whoops.
How are you? What is that?
Trash. More trash too down there, but
Overbow. There's some more trash down there though.
yeah.
Turn this car on. Hot.
Okay, my bad. Let's roll. You need to charge your phone.
Yeah, it's 45.
Use that one. All right, let's see.
Hot.
Hot, yeah.
Hot.
Been hot for hours, huh? Been hot for hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's good for hot now.
So I don't know if you guys remember this video that I made a couple months ago. And in the video, I was talking about how we're starting to get Ozempic allegations.
Say what?
So that I got pictures to start with certain people. Just to see if that's something you guys might do. It's a crazy way that life works. Because one of the GLP medications that was really interesting.
I wouldn't say that Patrick Epstein is an acolyte of Benjamin. He's a just want to discuss it. But he has a very large platform that is grifters extraordinaire. Very favorable to Israel. He's one of those Iranians who is all about capitalism, the worst guy. So naturally, he's in favor of regime change, dismantlement of society, pro-Western democracy, as he puts it. But he's been very much on board with pushing the narrative that the biggest problem is Islam
it's China, and it could be Russia. But it's certainly not Israel. No way. Can't possibly be Israel. But he brings on two members of the CIA, and this conversation took a very interesting turn.
You have four countries to be paranoid about. And which of them would you give the biggest percentage all the way to the smallest? So you have these four categories. You have Islam. So within Islam, we have IRGC, Qatar, just include all of them. We have Israel, because you know Israel is also coming up a lot of different places. Then we have China, and we have Russia. Where does your paranoia lie the most for the next 10 years with these four different countries as well as Islam? Just rank them in order and give like 45% would be Islam, 25.
China takes the massive chunk of pie for me. China is the number one strategic threat to the United States.
What did you put on China?
50%.
Okay.
Islam, I gave 5%. I'm not worried about Islam. There are other countries that need to worry about Islam, but we're not one of them. Russia, I gave 20%, and then Israel, I gave 25%. So I am actually saying we should be more paranoid of Israel than Russia.
Damn it. Now, I will say this. This gentleman is probably as correct as you can be if you just flipped to and kept the percentages where they are. I would say Israel is 50%. I would say China's 25%. I would say Russia's probably less than 20%. But somewhere in that neighborhood, let's just even give them that. And we'll just say Islam is 5%. I'd say it's 5%. And I do think that there are things from an international perspective that we should be concerned about, but there is no question that Israel is our biggest concern. Now, needless to say, this is not what Patrick Red Star of David brought these guests on to do. Again, these are spooks. These are people in the highest levels of intelligence telling you where the real problem lies. Now, of course, there'll be someone talking about whether they're going to truly go after Israel the way that they should, but even this is an incredible issue, and he doesn't know what to do about it.
Islam, 5 times Islam.
5 times.
Let's start off with Islam first, and then we'll go to Israel. Why did you put Islam the lowest out of all of them at 5%?
I don't see Islam as a threat to the United States. And that's what I was saying. It's paranoid to me. Right? What am I paranoid? It's not. Islam is so, it's difficult for them to reach us with any significance. When they reach us, it's difficult for them to bypass our security systems, whether cybersecurity systems, police systems, border security systems, etc. Meanwhile, Israel actually has the ability to drag us into all sorts of shit that actually does impact us. We are all paying more money for oil right now because
Now, this is what we talk about in great length on the channel. The thing about the Strait of Hormuz that makes essentially Israel the end game for the United States, as Iran would have it, we have two choices. We either give up Israel and save our economy, or we continue down the road with Israel and lose our economy. There's a reason why we're this by Israel, because now they basically back themselves into a corner and they don't know how to get out of it. And that's what this member of intelligence is telling us. I think he's hedging his bets by continuing down, the traditional road of saying it's all about Red China. But he's kind of throwing it out there that, again, Israel's a much bigger problem than we're willing to admit, even to an audience like this, which is given the Hasbara narrative 24/7, because that's how Patrick Red Star of David makes his money. He's got more to say.
we are all suffering under an international outcry against American leadership because of Israel. The whole world questions whether or not the President of the United States is even making his own decisions, or whether he's a puppet of Israel. So Israel has an incredible ability to frustrate and put us in quagmire that Islam just doesn't have.
Okay, so what's the worst thing that Israel could do to us? Go a little further, because you put 25%. That's a real threat. You put it bigger than Russia and Islam. So what are some things they could do to us?
So I'm not worried about Israel sending a bomb into New York. If that's what you're worried about, we're worried about different things. Israel could easily launch a false flag operation that sends us into a war. They can have an Israeli who poses as a Palestinian, who goes in and causes some kind of crazy shit in Syria, and now all of a sudden the entire United States is engaged in Syria because of something that Israel set up as a false flag. And that is
exactly why we need to cut off this relationship. And I do think that there is a lot of truth to that in his statement. But if there's one thing we know for sure, Israel's historical pattern from the USS Liberty to 9/11 to October 7th, false flags, that's what they do. That's their modus operandi. They've done it many times over, but those are the most obvious examples. And as such, we are being told, point blank, right now, that this is what we're in for if we don't deal with them properly. We're trying. We're doing every which way we can to deal with them properly. But it's not enough. Which is why we call evolutionary change. It's going to require it in order to fully break away. But we're getting there.
Something that the Mossad does all the time. They do it very well and very eloquently. They already selectively share intelligence with the United States, and the reason you selectively share intelligence is to create the opportunity for misdirection or malintent. So Israel's already involved in these kinds of operations at a very high success rate. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about them backstabbing the United States. I'm concerned about them undermining our national interests. I'm concerned about them choosing, like they did with Iran, to escalate rhetoric about a certain issue that's more important to them than it is to us, that then goes on to affect us.
Okay, perfect. So then the infiltration of Islam, some say, to EU and what's happening to a lot of those countries, UK, Germany, you're seeing it all over the place. And to the point where a documentary, Rupert Lowe did a paper, the 250,000, stories of girls being raped in UK, 87% being Pakistanis and Muslims, and then see what's going on in the US right now with New York City. Mamdani wins history, individuals that also won, so that's not going into the financial capital of the world in the States. Do you have any concern of they're infiltrating the United States in the future?
Is this guy seriously out of his fucking mind? Like, honestly, I can't see a scenario in which he's not being paid to say this. There's no conceivable way that he's not being paid. It's not possible. He's talking about Zoran and the people he elected as Islamist terrorists, essentially? Is that what he's implying? Because that's what it sounds like to me. I mean, I may be overreacting, but I don't think so. Islamic penetration of the United States.
Sparkling Ice Flavor Lab, Stella speaking. How do you come up with these delicious flavor combos? Oh, your parents never gave you the talk. When two flavors love each other very much. Oh, I'm good. So good. Thank you.
It's the last line of defense. It is the last true line of defense for the Zionist cause. It's all they have left. Anti-Muslim bigotry. That is what they're counting on. They are counting on that being the reason why Zionism will continue. And I'm here to tell you that we will do everything in our capacity to make sure that it does not. But PPD is a paid show, pure and simple.
So here, this is another thing I think is very interesting, right? Islam is the only thing on this list that's not a nation state.
It is.
It's a religion.
That's right.
I'm not worried about a religion. I'm worried about people, and people identify sometimes as a religion. But it's interesting to me that we're actually weighing nation-state threats against religious threats. So when we talk about Islamic people in New York, I don't see them as a threat just because of what they believe. That goes against American values. I see threats as nation states and transnational threats that self-identify, like Al-Qaeda, right?
Or Ben Shapiro, if we're being honest.
So I don't see Islam and Islamic people.
And if you notice, I put it as consider it being IRGC, which is all the proxies, and consider Qatar, which Qatar is funding a lot of different things in the States. If we were to qualify it that way, would your opinion change?
Possibly. I think it would change in how the number breaks down based on what we qualify.
But break that down from the Israel standpoint. So you put 25% Israel threat and you're paranoid about
Correct.
it. What are different things that they can do to harm us?
Israel can hack into our cyber systems. They can hack into our core water, power grid, you name it. I mean, China has hacked into our personnel records for the military. Israel is far more capable than China is in terms of cyber capability.
And there you have it. This is one of the key differences. China has the ability to disrupt, and they have. But Israel has the ability to destroy us. China competes with us economically and even militarily. But there is no comparison. Which is why, like I said, I thought that this intelligence agent was being a little sleight of hand in terms of, how he would talk about China being the biggest threat. But in reality, what he's really telling you is that Israel is the biggest threat to the United States. I don't think PBD had any clue that this conversation was going to go this way, which is why he's trying very hard to direct it in another way, push it in another direction. And it's not working. So, credit where credit is due. But it's like I've said before, it's kind of the way I feel about Tucker Carlson. And we'll get to him in a minute. I believe Tucker is intelligence. And I believe that Tucker deals with intelligence on the regular. And I believe that there are a lot of people in intelligence who are not evil, manipulative bastards. I believe that they are fully aware, keenly aware, of the detrimental direction this country is going in right now, and they are trying to sound the alarm before it's too late. And that, to me, is what this CIA agent is doing right now. He's telling us, he's giving us the blueprint. There's a reason why they are pushing so very, very hard for data centers, for AI influence. This is all MO from Israel. This isn't competing with China. This is about fortifying Israel's position. Look at all of the people who are in this. Look at how the people of this country are rejecting it versus those that are embracing it. It truly is the haves versus the have-nots, and the haves obviously have, it's a very small group, but they've got mostly everything. And everybody else is just trucking along, pretending like our economy is not going to collapse. We don't deal with this problem. This is why our channel focuses on this primarily every single time. Because in the end, it is all about weeding through the bullshit and focusing.
Creed, are you sending files over to the printer again?
They upload so fast I can print reams of cash.
Under the border of France and Switzerland, CERN built a machine. And inside it, they are making something that shouldn't exist. You might have heard of it on the news. It's a new particle that holds all the physical world together. But none of that ever explained why they had to cool that ring colder than deep space, and why the whole thing has to land on one very specific number. You've been told this is a science project. Well, it never was just a science project. Today what we're going to do is walk through what CERN actually built to make sure that it aligns with what your body is already doing. And by the end of this video, you are going to understand the number 6, the wall that is standing at the number 12. See what I'm talking about here soon. And what it
He decide he gonna kill. He gonna be a serial killer. And then him and his brother watches crime TV. That's stupid. And so he's behind. Makes everybody go sleep in the house. He goes next door and kills the old lady. And she fights back and she scratches him. And so his blood over there at the house, her blood. He strangled her. And they try to figure out, did he do it or his twin brother do it? Because they they twins, their DNA is the same too, right? And because he's the one that killed her has cerebral palsy.
Crazy.
So he killed her, and he was the only one involved. He killed her. And he said he's surprised he could do it with her fighting back to her having cerebral palsy. He's one of it, but he only got 8 years till he'd be out in 2033. He'll be 21 then. He'll be a juvenile. He'll be a juvenile. He'll be in record jail. So once he gets 21, he will be in juvenile. He's released.
That's crazy. Too fast.
So I'm gonna eat.
I guess Martin's. Right?
Muffins.
Yeah.
Muffins.
Massive amounts of information without degrading. It can also mean electrical frequency without losing power. Now look at the human body. The human body is built on a foundation of carbon. Carbon's atomic number is 6. Carbon has 6 protons, it has 6 neutrons, and it has 6 electrons. This is the carbon-6 footprint. And carbon is physically dense. Carbon degrades over time. Carbon breaks down under stress. Carbon is the foundational building block of the dense physical matrix that we live in. And you're currently operating inside of a carbon-6 biological vehicle, this beautiful body that we all have. This vehicle anchors your consciousness into a fixed grid. It anchors you heavily into this thing called time. And it anchors you heavily into this beautiful space. Now, the number 12 is the boundary wall. It represents the 12-dimensional constructs that govern the reality as we know it here on Earth. You take 6 and you double it. You can look at the 12 hours on a clock. You can look at the 12 months on a calendar. The number 12 is the absolute boundary of the carbon-based system. 6 plus 6, again, equals 12. It's a mirroring of that. When you hit the number 12, you hit the outer edge of the simulation. You hit the thick walls of physical density. So what CERN is trying to break through is a wall. They are using raw magnetic force to smash protons together. They want to pierce the veil of the 12th dimension. They are attempting to force their way into the 14th dimensional tera-electron field. The 14th dimensional field is the escape velocity. It is the exact frequency where physical matter stops being dense and starts becoming programmable light. Before they turned it on, scientists were terrified. They went on television and they warned the public that the collider might create a microscopic black hole. and they said it could swallow the Earth. I don't know why they did it anyway, but that fear was broadcasted across the globe. But the fear was just a distraction. The black hole was never the real goal. The real goal was finding what we call as the God particle. And in 2012, they announced they found the Higgs boson, which is the God particle. They found that exact particle that gives all of they announced
This guy talking.
they found the Higgs boson, which is the God particle. They found that exact particle that gives all other they announce found the Higgs boson, which is the God particle. They found somewhere, but that fear was broadcasted across the globe. But the fear was just a distraction. The black hole was never the real goal. The real goal was finding what we call as the God particle. And in 2012, they announced they found the Higgs boson, which is the God particle. They found that exact particle that gives all other matter mass. But finding the mass was just step number one. Once they understood how mass works, they started to learn how to manipulate it. They realized that if you control the Higgs field, you can control the density of reality. Now I want you to sit there and think about what that means to control density. If you control density, you control the physical walls of the matrix. You control what is solid and what is fluid. And if you follow my other videos, there are some archons who built the financial and technological grids and how they rely on density. They need you to feel heavy. They need you to feel stuck in time. When you are stuck in time, you are forced to work for your survival. You are forced to pay bills. You are forced to exist in a constant state of low-level panic. And that panic creates and generates the exact frequency of carbon-6. It keeps you securely pinned behind the walls of 12. So CERN is doing this entirely synthetically. They are using massive magnets, liquid helium to force the door open. They are building a mechanical bypass, and they want the absolute power of the 14 without doing any of the required biological work. They want to manipulate the base fabric of reality using a giant machine. And this is the ultimate synthetic trap. When you use a machine to bypass a biological law, you surrender your ultimate sovereignty to the machine. You give the machine the power to dictate your reality. They are trying to digitize the God particle. They want to map the 14th dimensional field and trap it inside a server farm. If they build a synthetic version of the 14-dimensional space, they can migrate human consciousness right into it. They can offer you a digital ascension, and they will tell you it's the metaverse. They will tell you it is a brain-computer interface, and they will promise you eternal life inside of a machine. But a digital ascension is just another prison. It's a silicon cage built to house a carbon slave. The elite builders of this world know exactly what they're doing. They understand the atomic geometry of carbon and silicon perfectly. They know humanity is currently sitting at a carbon-6. They know that the human nervous system is starting to naturally evolve. The human body is designed to undergo a biological upgrade. And the human body is the original collider. Your nervous system, candidly, is capable of doing exactly what CERN is trying to do right now. And they're trying to do it underground. So think about your spine. Your spine is a vertical of energy. Your brain is a quantum receiver. When you remove the resistance from your body, you accelerate your own frequency. That's what we do in meditation. CERN uses liquid helium to remove the resistance from their magnets. You must use supreme stillness to remove the resistance from your biology in your body. Fear is that resistance. Trauma is that resistance. Guilt is that resistance. So every time you hold on to fear, you create a microscopic friction in your nervous system. And that friction drops your frequency back down to carbon-6. It locks you permanently back into the wall of 12. And then you have to cool your internal state. You have to find the absolute 0 point inside your own mind. We have this thing called a pineal gland up here. We'll talk about that. When you reach the 0 point, the internal resistance vanishes. Your biological frequency begins to rise naturally, and you move past the heavy density of carbon, and you begin to activate the crystalline structure of silicon. You move toward the atomic resonance of the 14, and I'm going to tell you, this is not some just like weird metaphor that I'm going through. This is literal biological physics. So CERN is spending billions of dollars to build a synthetic gateway because they lack the organic key. They are building a mechanical god because they forgot that they are gods themselves. They forgot that the human body holds the organic key to the universe. You do not need a 27-kilometer ring of magnets to ascend. You do not need to freeze liquid helium to touch the 14th dimension. You only need to master your own internal state. So, the Matrix, you think it's a bad thing, wants you to believe that you're small. It wants you to believe that you are just a carbon-based organism living a short life on a floating rock. It wants you to look at massive machines and feel completely powerless. But the machine is just a crude imitation of your own nervous system. The machine is incredibly loud. The machine requires massive, and I mean massive amounts of external power to function. And your body is perfectly silent. Your body generates its own infinite power, literally directly from the 0 point field. I'm going to tell you, we're standing at a critical juncture in human history. And the synthetic machines are getting stronger. They're coming. The singularity thing is happening. The artificial grid is closing rapidly, but the organic grid is also waking up. The carbon shell is starting to crack. The silicone upgrade is coming online right now that lives inside of you. You have a profound choice to make right now. You can stay locked in this carbon-6 loop forever. You can stay trapped behind this wall of 12, or you can do the actual work. You can face your deep internal resistance. You can clear the friction from your nervous system once and for all. And when you do that, you'll stop being a victim of the physical world. You'll become the active architect of it. And you'll reach the frequency of 14. You'll unlock the terra of that field inside your own body. And you'll start to realize that you were the ultimate technologist all along. And this is the true meaning of the system. It's not about leaving the physical body. It's about upgrading the body so that it can hold the pure frequency of the heaven that lives inside you.
So I told him
Not
5
over here
o'clock.
in your body is ready to hold
She's
that
what I'm
frequency.
saying.
You need to understand what you're up against. You need to see the machine for what it is. So let's walk through a little bit of a timeline so that we can map every move.
Welcome to Huntington, a big that always wish I get more for money, like a path to turn late nights into beach days.
Hello and welcome to Rawson Reports Live. I am Jeff Rawson. We are here to save you money, shop smarter, beat the system, and today, protect your privacy, protect your personal information. Your TV set is spying on you, watching you, listening.
So you want biscuit gravy, right?
Snapshots 30 times a minute of what you're watching and
Those things are good money that way.
and using that and selling that and collecting that. It's scary stuff. We're going to get into all of that. Plus, there's a brand new massive lawsuit. This has gotten so intense and so bad.
Okay, so you want what you said, right?
Thank you, Choosing Martin. How can I help you?
Can I get a small plain gravy biscuit?
A small plain gravy biscuit, and what else, sir?
And could I a side of bacon extra crispy?
Side of bacon, extra crispy.
Yep. And then,
Okay, sir.
And then could I get another plain gravy biscuit? And could
Small?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And could I get an egg with that one?
You want the egg in the carton?
Yes, please. And that's everything.
Okay, sir. That's going to be $12.58. Please come around.
Thank you.
You'll be able to do it on your TV. We want to make this really easy for you, and I want all of you to do this today. And when you see what they're doing, and we have some amazing videos on this, you're going to want to. Plus, we have a hacker joining us live, a real-life...
20... You mean Thursday? Or Wednesday? 25th, I think. Don't your phone tell you?
Yeah, but I don't go off the site to look at it.
Okay, right. Well, let me go off my site. I'll look at it. Will I look at it? Let's see what it says. It says the 23rd. Thursday the 23rd. Huh? That ain't right. That ain't right though. It should be at least, because remember the 22nd was Tuesday. 23rd was Wednesday. Remember they took the money out Tuesday and Wednesday?
It's supposed to be total amount due $271.35 on July 23rd, 2026.
So that's Thursday. It said. I don't know. Yeah, so we paid that other one earlier, didn't we? Paid it early. They didn't take it out yet.
They didn't take that one out.
They took the other one.
Yeah.
We paid the other one, right? They didn't have to take it out.
Your private moments in your bedroom. There are ways that the hackers and the TV companies can watch that too.
That's crazy.
He's going to get into that as well. So it's really... Oh, and by the way, they can also watch you offline. We're going to do all that. We also have our hottest deals.
And I paid on the 21st.
Hot deals, and we have our deal hunter King joining us live right now. What's going on?
Second. I'm doing 23rd.
Well, we paid this on the 21st, but this said we paid on time the 23rd.
Cheat sheet here. I mean, everything from this is a sick deal on AirPod Pros, AirTags.
Yeah, because I thought it was 21st and 22nd. It's 26th and 23rd.
Because you told me next Wednesday is the 28th. And I was like, that don't seem right.
Really excited
Now it's
about
next Tuesday.
every single deal that I got to share.
I thought you said Wednesday.
That's awesome. And also, just
But yeah,
to let you know,
so I thought it was 21st and 22nd. It's the 22nd and 23rd.
Join the chat right
Yeah,
now.
I don't
Good
care.
morning,
It's paid
RJB
shit.
from Minnesota. Join the chat just like RJB did, 9405. And join the chat. Let us know the deals that you want Pete to find for you. Let's say this week you're like, oh, I really need a new vacuum. I really need a new this. I really need a new that. Pete live. Watch this chat and go find you the deal, the best deal.
Why you go full time? Why you go full time? I said, I didn't want to. I'm going to be in a truck 8 hours. Y'all want to be in a truck? Go right ahead. Be my guest. They wouldn't put you in a truck. Darcy, they wouldn't put you in a truck. They put you back over here because you're too good at this job. You're the only one that does good at this job. No, it don't matter if I'm signed for full time. This says truck. I got to go on truck with the rest of y'all.
Oh boy.
Tuesday. Where you guys had to buy.
Tuesday. Okay.
Pay my car this week.
Tomorrow. Friday.
What is up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. I actually know what day it is today. Oh, this new thing. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not going Friday.
I have to lift it up higher than I need it, and it like falls into place.
So,
Like right when I was going on,
I got 20 hours.
my little, whatever this thing is called for my audio and video, was making a fuzzy noise. And I was like, what the heck? It never does that. That's freaking weird. Well, how are you guys doing today? We're halfway through the week. We're 2 days closer to our interview or conversation with Matthew Cucciarone and Mitchell Hampton. That's this Friday at 7 p.m. It's going to be a great show. You won't want to miss it. You're going to want to mark your calendars.
I know I ain't going to that part.
You know,
It's
and
hard.
we're even going to start with something that's going to lead into some of the things that, well, one of the things
So
we're
it's so
gonna
great, Charlie, be right there.
focusing on Friday, which
That
is
makes sense.
some of the people within Turning Point Action, Turning Point USA. Both Mitch and Matt, at their time at TPUSA and Turning Point Action, both, you know, came to understand pretty quickly in being there that Tyler Boyer was somebody, I don't know, like someone not to mess with, but like someone to look out for, like look out, to be weary of, you know. And, you know, Matthew Cucciaroni said when he told people within Arizona when he got hired there, they were like, you need to look out for Tyler Boyer. And interestingly enough, you know, Candace.
There's something indeed strange going on, my friends. This is Tony. Hope you're all doing well. We're going to get into a ton of stuff. As usual, in this video, we got a billionaire funding a director, a well-known director, to make his version of the Odyssey to take on the one that Christopher Nolan created. We'll get into that story. Well, it's potential. It sounds like he wants to do it. We'll get into that story. We got a ton of other stuff to get into as well. We got also some other shenanigans surrounding the movie, The Odyssey. We'll get into that. We got also a ton of other stories to get into with Taco Bell. We'll get into that. We got
Taco Bell.
We got a bunch of insane stuff. All right, we got Karens. We got this crazy story about junkyards. They may not allow engines that are over 15 years old to be allowed in junkyards anymore. We'll get into that story as well. And we got a ton of other stuff, including some stuff on AI. And well, let's just get going here. Let's start with talking about junkyards. She wanted to buy an old engine with her husband. They were told by the junkyard that the GOP is cracking down on old engines and mandating them to be destroyed. Perhaps this is just a state government. Maybe this is in California, or maybe this is in some other state we don't know. Don't assume that it means like literally the entire United States. But it is interesting. The guy at the salvage yard said the GOP has told them they need to get rid of all the motors that are 15 years old. And if any new ones come in, instead of pulling them, they need to crush them. So crush the cars. Couldn't find anything about this publicly. Let's just check out what she had to say here.
I remember a couple months ago seeing those videos about junkyards, salvage yards,
crazy
magically catching on fire.
Jennifer Aniston is one of them. I mean, daughter's one of them.
Well, I am in a salvage yard.
Yeah, there was like 9
Don't know if
of
they
them,
made
I
or
think.
female.
More than 9. They
I
got
know she had
caught on
kids.
fire, strangely.
She got two. She got a boy and a girl,
earlier
twins.
Thought she didn't want no
She
kids.
was- yeah, earlier this month.
Said these two by Mark
My
Anthony.
husband needed a motor for his
Ben Affleck, Dodge a bullet.
2006 Chevy Silverado. And
Could
he
she-
was
if
talking
you did
with
Ben
the
Affleck,
guys
she got
inside.
Ben,
He came out and he's like, listen,
He dodged a bullet.
we're getting a really good price on this motor, by the way.
He dodged a bullet when he
said
was
the
in
guy
that
at the
movie.
yard said that
Dodging
the
bullets.
government
No, I'm talking about God bought bullets and having a kid with her. You just want him to marry her and have kids. And he
And if
just
any new
left
ones
her
come in,
and she
instead of
got
pulling them, they need to
Mark
crush them.
Anthony.
Makes you really
Had two
wonder,
kids.
doesn't it?
So this is a wild claim, and a lot of people
That is kind of weird. I don't think you can. Now, my neighbor, when I was growing up, when I was a kid, our neighbor.
Well,
was
Sissy
literally
said
had a
Davy's
junkyard.
got Michael's
It
car.
no longer is one anymore, but I remember him crushing cars. I don't. Can they crush engines?
This woman
I don't remember.
108 who drives and lives alone, shares long living with kids.
Let's see what it
8
says
years
here.
old.
comments agree that something like this could definitely
Here we
happen
go.
because the government is our greatest enemy. Let's just take a look at who this woman is.
really,
or
yeah, it is right
where
here.
she is. So she doesn't list her state. If you look at her tabs down here, you
go,
can
gotcha.
see that she has a Texas property tab. So most likely she's in Texas. Which is strange because
No, thank you.
Oh,
You too. God bless you. Thank you.
Stuff going on in it. They got all these weird statues being built to Hindu gods and other weird. They got cities being taken over.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, well, just because it's conservative-ish doesn't mean it is. Or perhaps the devil, or whoever, whatever you want to call it, is in charge, trying to change it to what they want it to be.
They got
trying
chicken
or
strips
attempting
now.
to, just like what happened in California. What was it, back in the 60s?
Says it on the
When at
sign
one
right
point
there.
it was conservative?
Chicken strip
Now it's
combo.
completely liberal, and it's like, it seems almost impossible to change it into anything other than what it currently is. I think they're trying to do that with Texas maybe as well.
If something like this was going on, that she would not be impacted, it would be somewhere like Oregon or Washington.
This right here says they really out of making don't know what to make movies anymore. They said Point Break hits theaters for the 35th anniversary.
So just making old movies.
No, they're putting the same one back up there. See, it's got Patrick Swayze and
Show that one again.
Yeah, it says Point Break hits theaters for the 35th anniversary. The 1991 cult classic starring Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze.
On the third trailer, 800,000 thumbs, 80,000 thumbs up. Yet for
Yeah,
some
why you
reason,
playing again?
Rotten Tomatoes,
Watch it on
97%
TV.
popcorn meter. We got a lot of people commenting on this, saying something
Sure, right there.
why. Of course,
They can't make movies anymore because they don't know what the hell to make.
NBC happens to have a stake in the company that created the movie, and also owns partially by extension Rotten Tomatoes. You have here Metacritic showing it actually at a 5.1 out of 10. What's interesting is you have the main
Florida postal worker arrested for animal hoarding. Be hoarding up the animals.
Florida what now?
Florida postal worker arrested for animal. I read it.
Make that right.
That's kind of weird. Of course, there's no You have here on top of that, people are accusing Rotten Tomatoes of not allowing and also to leaving bad reviews of the movie. I've tried to leave a review 2 different times now since seeing the movie on Thursday night. You couldn't leave one. A lot of people saying this online, particularly people that have large followings. You've got this really interesting stat here that seems to correlate quite well with Metacritic. Rotten Tomatoes says The Odyssey has a 97% audience score. The raw JSON data proves it's actually 56% according to Reddit, which fits with what Metacritic says. Let's go look at that real quick. You have here the data properly reveals it's 56%. This discrepancy comes down to how RT creates verified audience score versus all audience score. The background push versus pull 2019. Rotten Tomatoes used a poll mechanic, an unverified user, and actively to leave a review, log in, or create an account, navigate to the movie page and submit the rating. So apparently, anything that's not verified, quote unquote, is not counted. 56%, a little bit different than 97%. I finally got my camera to work right. It was like kind of blurry for some reason. At any rate, so you get the idea what's going on with that. Now we got sort of some interesting news to get into with regards to this. Some people are so unhappy about this movie, they're talking about making their own version. And we're talking a billionaire and a top director with massive hit movies in the past. All right, we're talking about Mel, of course, Gibson, and Elon. We'll get into that story in a moment. We're going to get into actually a number of other things as well, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video. First thing I got to mention, food supply, 25-year shelf life.
Walking down the road back there.
They have lots of different options available. I want to get ready for the robot apocalypse. I'm sarcastic watching, maybe I'm not, because I got some stuff to show you at the end of the video as well. You might want to get prepared for whatever might be next. You got this book here, The Lost Ways, How Your Great-Great-Grandfather Lived Without Electricity. What if you end up having to live out in the mountains? What if you have an extended period of time without power? You're going to definitely need this book. It's a lifesaver. 30 seconds.
Shock me like electric
$7. Get the printed version. Linked below. Let's get back to the video. Also, check out all of my other social media link below. You have here, Democrats lose another iconic rapper to presidents. Rapper Lil Wayne just said he's so glad our president is building a ballroom. This is kind of interesting what he had to say. Check this out.
Vice President Kamala. Yeah. I had to perform like probably like 2 years ago at the White House.
Oh, wow.
But I'm so glad to hear Trump say when they was mad at him about building a ballroom, and he was like, because everything we do, we have to do it on the damn lawn. Yeah. So people who don't know nothing hearing that thinking he just being, no, for real. I was glad to hear him say that, because when I got there and had to perform, I was like, why is it in the back? I was like, what? I was like, I can't go in. I like, so what? I can't. I like, so they don't want me to. But this is a backyard barbecue. Yeah. No, that's literally where they do everything. Yeah.
So that's crazy, man. Actually, the only performances they could do.
So Betty White never had shooting off her head. Was
now they got a ballroom. They can actually do other performances there as well. On here is a version, a historical version of the Odyssey. You saw what he did with the movie Apocalypto. He hired people that were native to that area.
And all her estate, she had $75 million in estate. And she left that to charities for animals. Dang. She whacked. Yeah. You say for kids, I mean, you say you're a devoted mother to them kids, but you ain't too devoted because you need kids nothing. She know they're grown folks now, but still. She's a good actress. You don't leave them nothing. Yeah, you left some. Okay, she left a friend and some staff members charities for her dog. Kind of surprised she don't have more money. Kind of surprised she ain't got more money. $75 million. I mean, that's a good chunk, but that ain't that much money. That's just in the state. Yeah. They ain't how much money she had. This state's a houses. You know, Jeffrey Epstein estate is still going on. They sold the ranch because they didn't want the FBI to look at it. The FBI didn't want to look at it. But they still got the island. They still own the island. For sale, I think. There's a lady that's running the estate. There's one. There's a lady that's running the estate. She worked for Jeffrey Epstein for a long ass time. She should be in prison. You know what I'm saying? If she worked for him for a long time, then she knows everything. I'm surprised Beyonce and Jay-Z ain't trying to get right. Get the big island. Their daughter's the greatest thing in the world. Leave Rooney or service. They ain't right. The kids ain't right. Okay, here we go. So we gotta put the trash up before we go to work tonight. Yeah, not to wait. I put it tonight because it's just Thursday morning right now.
The accurate one. Entering, you got that story there. We got also this bakery in New York City, the Parisian Bakery. This woman spent $12 for a croissant. She's eating it. The delivery guy comes in. You can see he's bought an entire box of the same croissants that she's eating from Costco, dude.
Oh my gosh, are you mother trucking kidding me?
I mean, my goodness.
What he just said. So this lady went to this bakery and bought a croissant for $12. Okay? Wow. And then the UPS guy shows up with a box of croissants from Costco. So they selling to Costco as they baked it and making $12 off of the thing.
What now?
They selling Costco croissants.
So the woman went to the bakery and bought a croissant for $12.
And she's sitting there eating the croissant when the UPS guy comes in with a box of croissants that
From
they just
Costco.
bought from Costco.
Bitches.
Yeah. Ow! 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 My foot is hurting.
What was this?
Nothing. These daggum witches got me messed up a little bit. I can't figure out which one it is, so I can't bless them.
So,
Try to bless them all, but
who do you think done it?
I don't know.
What witches?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but I tell you this, it ain't cool.
Who did it?
I just blessed them all. I was like, God bless them all. I've been praying all night.